Good morning, guys. How's everybody doing? I hope everybody's doing good this morning. So, pretty pretty much still on the gameplay as last night as anticipated. We basically went down to the lows overnight here in the futures. You can see we just oh so barely tagged this low here right around early this morning, about 3 a.m. there. Um, and that low was a dead even 33.45. Bounced directly off of that. They were able to hold this line, which was critical for the bulls. And from there, we watched this, and we were all watching this in real time actually last night in Discord, and we watched this. They were able to recapture this VWAP, and then you can just see here all morning now, it's just been an absolute battle. Bears versus bulls here, just fighting over this VWAP control line, because it's not just VWAP. There's it's not a virgin point control here, but it is a pretty critical line. It's right in that the same line. I mean, you guys, this day in and day out, we're always putting up that same the same measurements, and look what the one that we've drawn here this morning. Again, it's the line in the sand that we keep talking about. So we got that 33.55, 33.52. As of right now, bulls are holding a bit of the the sellers worked pretty well last night. They did pretty good. They were not able to control that drop yesterday. Let's back up just a little bit here. We had that big sell-off there in real time that we kind of saw coming in. It was obvious, and I'll go over this more when the market slows down, because there's a really good lesson from yesterday that when I was watching the recording back, I realized, how much I had actually kind of pointed this out in real time, and it's something that I want to go over a little bit in detail today, because those warnings were sent right before this, and the warnings came from the Nasdaq and from the bond market, and I was talking about it over and over in the recording, and I didn't realize how much I had, literally, I kept alluding to this, and as we couldn't make a higher high in the Nasdaq, it was more in the S&P. It's hard to see as well, and I'll bring it up in the Nasdaq, and you guys will see exactly what I'm talking about, and you'll most likely remember exactly what I was saying. And the bond market, the hard thing was with gold rallying and bonds and 10 years rallying along with price, it made it a little bit more difficult yesterday to completely see the divergence, but it was there, and that's why I started hedging, and it turned into an absolutely amazing trading day yesterday. And then we were able to buy that back up, but then it just, as anticipated, it just faded after the market reopened last night. So that's where we're sitting right now. This is going to be a very critical, not only VWAP will be critical, but the line in the sand here. What do I think is going to happen? I think we're going to get a lot of choppiness out here. They're going to be fighting, and it's going to really determine who takes the ball here right away. I do think that even if we pull back at all, I think this will be bought back up. It'll be interesting to see what happens going into the weekend. Next week's a big week because we're going into the end of the month. So I still think that there could be even more pullback today, and then next week go up. But I really think the bulls are going to come in swinging hard this morning. So price is going to, just what DT and I were just talking about in Discord. Price is going to be very, very telling for us, along with bonds and. I watch volatility still, especially the VIX and the VVIX, but I call it the new VIX, is basically watching oil, gold, 10 years in bonds. That it's a little bit more work, but it's a lot more accurate. So I did see that this morning Tesla was trading up over 900 again. Let's go ahead and take a look at Tesla real quick here. Yeah, so we hit that high this morning, pre-market here of 918. I actually traded a bunch of shares this morning pre-market. I will post that in Discord here shortly. Had a really, really nice trade. I've still got 500 shares running, but I'm I'm pretty much maxed out as far as what I am willing to trade on an intraday shares trade. But because I was forced to play shares for the pre-market, but I saw this VWAP battle here, and that's when I get in, and I'll post it into Discord this morning, and you guys will see I was able to get right in here on this VWAP break, and then I was able to ride it up. I didn't top ticket at 918. I think I got out right around here, like somewhere 914, 25ish, 15, something like that. But yeah, so Tesla up over 900 again. We're sitting right now at 910, 910.50, 910.99 on the bid ask. I did want to look at Procter & Gamble. So you can see, like, in the description here under the video, I'm always posting some of the stuff that I'm looking at that morning that I think is key. Kind of flat right now, but I think when this opens, I think we're going to open down pretty hard. They came out with a warning just like Apple did about supply chains being pretty damaged in China. So I think we're going to see a lot more of this action from companies like Procter & Gamble, Apple, anybody who's, got those big chains in China. I think this is what we're going to see. So we had looked at an earnings play last night, and I'll go over this when the market slows down as well, because this is a really great lesson. So we were looking at shorting, leaning a short bias on John Deere. They actually beat on all sides of earnings. And the reason this is such a great example is that because if you guys remember, I was not able to get in the trade because I could not get the price I wanted for my contracts. So did I just keep changing it to bend to play to their rules? No, I didn't. I didn't get in. I said, you know what? That's not the price I want. I'm not willing to play that. I'm not going to do it. And it's the best decision that could have happened, because this thing just absolutely is ripping people's faces off this morning. I mean, this thing ripped all the way to 182.44 this morning, and it's holding up quite well. So it's up right now at 178. We closed yesterday at 165.83. So this is also a great example of why, even though I was short bias and I was looking to get those butterflies filled, I was talking about getting a cheaper out of the money spread up top of here, and that would have it easily would have been well worth it. You probably could have even played a straddle on this one and been successful. I don't recommend anyone more than experienced traders doing straddles on earnings plays, because it can work very well if you are used to the strategy, but if not, it's going to be just a continuous loss. Let's take a look at Apple real quick. So, and I'll go over the FANG stocks here in a minute before we get open here. But you can see here, pretty much this is the story of every single FANG stock. Now, Apple did push up decently yesterday out of the gate, and then it just completely fell apart, and that's where it pretty much stayed the rest of the afternoon. Well, it continued to fall after hours, and then even more here pre-market. It looks like they're starting to try to buy this back up. It is holding above VWAP, so I mean, we could see a push up here. I don't think we're going to get up anywhere near yesterday's open, but if this thing continues to fade off, and with the rest of FANG and tech, I think that's when we'll see more of a pullback in the overall market. I just wanted to kind of keep an eye on that. Couple other earnings plays that were in for yesterday, this morning, was let's see there. So I have Fitbit. That's some news on Fitbit with the acquirement. I'm reading through my notes, sorry. Yeah, so I'll go through the macro stuff here. So gold is hitting a 7-year high once again this morning. It's also pulling up silver with it for a change, it seems. So those silver trades that we've been pushing for a while, those are starting to look really, really nice. Gold is that's going to be a nice. I'm probably going to go ahead and sell the majority of my contracts right out of the gate, because I don't want to deal with the risk, and I'm not willing to hold that through the weekend either, to be honest. So I'll probably shed some of my gold for sure. I'm going to hold on to my silver. Those are long-term plays. I want that silver plays at least another month to 2-month play. You can see that the coronavirus fears are spiking again. There's a lot of news coming out of Korea and Japan and Iran, and they're just finding more and more numbers. They're just more information just keeps seeming to leak out every day, and it seems to be all pretty negative. So I think we're far from being over as far as this being something that can sway the market. I think this is just I think we're still at the beginning of it, to be honest. Until I see them come out with something, I'm on notice, and I'm going to be watching this over and over, and that's the other thing. I don't know if I'm willing to hold anything over the weekend other than what I've already got for long-term plays, because I just have this eerie feeling that maybe some good news will come out, but it seems like this is the kind of time, after close Friday, when they're going to come out with all the horribly negative news about this, and then we're just going to absolutely drop. Um, what else is there this morning? So treasuries are up pretty strong this morning, so that'll be something we'll be watching on the 10 years and the 30 years, along with the bonds, like I was saying. Coca-Cola also had posted earnings, and they sent a pretty stark warning to the market. Things are not looking good either. And once again, also, not just China on this case. There's a lot of just economic downturn all over the world, and it's really affecting Coca-Cola, who is obviously a multinational company. So that's just something to kind of keep in the back of your mind. I'll talk more about that kind of stuff later today when we slow down, because I want to go over some of this macro stuff, because there's a lot of things that are starting to happen. I think we're getting ready. We're not there yet, but we're getting set up for this downturn. We're getting ready for the big one, guys. I think it could be a ways off, but I think it's sooner than we've been planning. So I'll go over a lot of that here later this morning. We're going to open here in just a couple minutes. Everybody come and get some air, stretch, get yourself some coffee. It's going to be a wild one. Expiration Friday, so I expect there to be quite a bit of volatility and movement here out of the gate. You guys, again, like I said, and I say every day, cash is a position. Be vigilant. Don't chase. For the newer guys, before you start stepping in anything, and even if you're paper trading, why not ask? And at least, and the thing is, you guys got to remember, you can't just say, well, what do you think, or what's this going to do? If you have a trade idea or you're looking at something, say what you're looking at. Say why you see it. Say why you feel that way. And it gives us a lot better, not only does it show a little bit more effort on your side, it'll also give everybody in the group, your point of view. And it might, and whenever we're asking you guys, why do you feel this, or what do you think? It's not that we're disagreeing. It's that we want to hear what you're seeing or what you're feeling, and we want to go from there. So it's that kind of thing. So before we open here in just a minute, let's go ahead and look at the FANG stocks here. So you can pretty much see, everything is either just barely slightly down or, starting to really push down hard here. Microsoft's starting to get bid back up, as well as Netflix, but it seems like all the others, which, the bigger names, Facebook, Apple, Amazon, and Google, the ominous four here, seem like they're really pushing down pretty hard here pre-market. But that might be good. This might be the reset on the RSI and the overbought, and a little bit of breather before we get a nice push up here this morning. As soon as we open, we will look around the market and see what's going on here. I want to see if there's anything else I missed. Not too much. You can see we're getting a nice, nasty little ugly candle here, but that might be good, and then we can get that push up. And like I said, I'm not surprised if we do tick down a bit here out of the bell. So give me a second here. My Benzinga thing's going. Nobody cares. No, I care. I care. One second, guys. Okay. Wow, that is a nasty candle to get going into open here, right? Like, what the heck is that? Well, that just kind of pushed all those gains right before the bell out of there. And it's just so much work and so much effort here by the Bulls, and then it's just all taken away. It's just incredible. Actually, the other thing I'll be watching for, too, is the volatility spikes here. So there's the bell, guys. Let's see where we start off on this, on our ticks and add declines here. So we're starting off at a negative 785, 791. Pretty low on the breadth indicator. Pretty low on the ticks. Hey, Darth, I'm not sure if you're on the stream, buddy. What's up, man? How you doing? Glad you're here at the bell, though. I'll post some of this stuff to Discord here in a second, guys. Yeah, so here's going to be that morning chop, and see if Bulls can't get control and just get right out of this here. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to fix something here. Nice. I got out of those gold, so I got 240% on my gold, and I got 100% on this VIX hedge. So let's see if we can't make some money back on our. If we can push up here out of this, yeah, they're definitely pulling this down here pretty hard. Let's Here, I'm gonna take a look around the market here. So yeah, you can see on the ad decline line, you guys, this is super negative. We're holding down in these -7, 750s, and like I always am saying, you guys, anything under -6 is super bearish. Anything over 6 is extremely bullish. So this is going to be something that we're going to absolutely need to keep an eye on and see if they can't turn this around. You can also see on the breadth indicator, this is a very negative start. That could be okay if this continues to rise throughout the day, but that's a lot of negative volume to start the day off. And yeah, looking pretty nasty so far. So this will be interesting here. Let's go ahead and see what's going on here. So take a look at our futures map here. You can see the VIX is up 6.88%. Financials are starting to be bought back up as well. Oil coming off of its morning high here, but not holding up still pretty well here at 52.92. Gold hit that high this morning of 1648, backing off just a little bit here, still sitting around 1643. Bonds and 10 years are selling off, so that is quite bullish in my opinion. So that's looking good. So as long as financials continue to push up, and as long as gold and 10 years and bonds sell off, I think we could be good. The Nasdaq also trying to push back up here. The Nasdaq's down 0.34%, and so is the ES. So we're right in there. So the markets are pretty well correlated here this morning. As well as the FANG stocks go, Facebook is down just about 68 cents here, but it looks like they're trying to catch a bid. Apple trying to push up, just down about 60 cents at 319.70. Amazon down about $12 or about 0.5%. Netflix is actually in the green, pushing up here nice and strong a little bit here, up about 84 cents, but that's great after everything else the way it was looking. Google's down about $10 here. And Microsoft is actually starting to fade pretty hard here, already down over 1% here this morning. So we'll keep an eye on Microsoft and see what's happening there. Boeing did open underneath some significant levels here. You can see there in the upper left corner. Boeing opened under the lower Celt as well as that 30 MA, so that's going to act as some pretty strong resistance. If it breaks that, there might be a nice trade up to that 340 level, which is another very significant level. If you look at this here, guys, I mean, it's got this pretty harsh resistance already, right, with the lower Celt and the 30 MA, but then if it can get past that and open up here, it can make a run up for this middle Celt. But then not only when it gets there, look at this, we got significant price level, middle Celt, and the 14 MA. That is a very significant amount of resistance. I do not think that we will push over that at all today. But there could be a trade here if this can get up over there and push up. Otherwise, this thing is probably going to continue to fade for the rest of the morning, if not the day. Roku down about just under $1 here. Again, similar situation with getting held up here on this lower Celt. It has again same thing. It's got a lot of resistance here on that middle Celt with the 14 and 30 MA also lining up on it. Activision down just about a quarter here. Again, the upper Celt here holding it down a little bit. Shopify about down already over 1.3%. Nvidia down about $5 or 1.7%. And Tesla is pulling back a little bit after those gains, but it is in the green just ever so slightly. But it really needs to hold this 900. And more than anything, I mean, it wouldn't be a bad thing for this thing to settle a little bit. But it absolutely needs to hold this upper Celt, or things could get ugly real quick. But so far, I mean, it's still holding up here pretty well. So nothing too devastating. Obviously, with that little bit of breathing room on Tesla, I mean, that thing is just it's got to be so tired at this point. Baba and Bidu both pulling down pretty decent here this morning. A lot of resistance above both of them in a very similar situation, it looks. AMD did open underneath that upper Celt this morning here, so it'll need to find some support and try to push back up if we're going to see a push back up towards that all-time high. Qualcomm down about just under 2%. Disney down about $1 here. And McDonald's is down about 18 cents. So things are, they're not horrible. Just looking pretty choppy. And I mean, you can just see that in the price action here in the overall market. And the ad decline line just continuing to fall. Now down at a low of negative 804. And the breadth indicator also pretty negative. Now, what's interesting are these ticks are pretty diverged from the markets. You can see that the S&P and the NYSE are both decently trying to move up a little bit, but man, the Russell they're just really, and the Nasdaq are really dragging their feet here. So that's gonna be something we're definitely gonna have to keep our eyes on, guys, because that is not gonna be helping anything right now. So we could get a bit more of like I was just saying pre-market with that pull down. So silver is up at 1846, gold 1643, oil sitting around 53.10. The euro is up to USD is slightly up. The yen down, and Bitcoin is up about $85 at 9,691. SPY's down about $1.78, and that's what we'll be watching. So we are down over 0.5% now. We're sitting around this level here at 33.54. So just under about 0.6%. So that'll be interesting to see here. And I'm surprised we're not seeing more. Oh, and there it goes. I was like, why is my VIX stuff not moving up as much as I thought it was gonna? There we go. Yeah, it's starting to move now. So those VIX hedges from yesterday are up 75% as of right now. I will probably set some of these orders up to try to sell. The spreads are pretty far apart right now on these VIX plays, so definitely glad I picked up a few of those yesterday when we moved back up. I sold quite a few of those off as we dipped yesterday, but then when we pushed up towards the end of the day, I ended up grabbing a few more just to try to balance that a little bit here. Wow, pretty negative here. This is kind of what I was saying, though. I think get a little bit of a pullback here, and then I would expect them to try to push this back up. But we're under that line in the sand here, guys. So this is I mean, it could get ugly, but I don't know if they're going to let it go that easy. So I'll have to watch. But these negative ticks are getting pretty strong, and we just keep going lower on the breadth as well as the ad decline. So that is most interesting for sure. VIX plays are now up 111%. Or no, they're. Oh, that's wrong. The spreads are so far apart right now. These G's. So up 95%. I'll set some of these to go at 100%. There, yeah, 93%. Okay. Wow, they're really pushing this down now hard here. Wow, this is incredible. Kind of some of the first time I've seen the Bears show up to play today, huh? Wow, that ad declines all the way down to a negative 978. That is not good. VIX hedges are at 100%. I will take some off here. I'm going to go ahead and post that into Discord here. Nice, nice. Willie got those SPY puts up to 136%. That's awesome. Yeah, Peloton's starting to work out for Darth. That's good to hear. I'm not in that trade. Yeah, man, I just can't believe how strong metals are moving this morning. It's just awesome. Just rocketing. Those VIX are now up to 125%. Let's see here. I need to look at a couple things real quick. So those puts are now up at 240% on SPY and SPX. VIX hedges are still at 125%. So I will start taking a bit of these off because I do think we're gonna get a bit of a bounce back up. Just don't know how long it's gonna take. Let's see. Ryan playing puts on Disney and Roku. Right on. Oh really, DT? Can you hear me? So their Germany court did say they can't cut the trees, so they can't. They're not. So they're gonna have to move their location, huh? Wow, these are some negative ticks, man. Look at these things. Now all the way down on the ad decline at a negative 1,056. This is extremely bearish. Not good at all. Man, I can't believe that happened to Tesla. I really thought Germany was going to pull something out of the hat there. I thought they were gonna. So SPX puts are at 317%, and SPYs are now at 288. I'm going to take off my remaining SPX, leave the SPY one runner. Tastyworks is being weird on the other computer. What is going on today? Here, I'm going to try to get... Oh, boom. There we go on that tick. That down. There we go. That's what I need on that down tick. Wow, that add decline line, guys. Look at this. This is just super gnarly, right? And you can just see this price action is just extremely bearish still. So, like I was anticipating, though, pre-market, I do think that we get pushed down and then a bounce up. I think it may take a little bit longer here. So this is going to continue just to push around and get pretty ugly. So we are down now about just under 1%. We're down about 30 handles here, guys. So this is pushing down pretty strong. Wow, the SPX is up at 445%. Okay, let's see. Where can I play that off of? Wait a minute. Yeah, sellers are absolutely in control here, guys. Wait till price action dictates of any kind of bounce or anything like that. This doesn't seem over by any means. Why can't I get these to push any lower? Man, these spreads are killing me right now. The spreads are huge on these plays I've got left. Yeah, that's one thing I hate about playing the VIX sometimes, guys, and that's something I'll go over in the in the VIX series videos is how the spreads. I mean, right now the spread, it went from 50 to 210, and then it moves up to 167 to 210, and then back to 50. It's so crazy how it moves. It's so wild. Yeah, this is pretty gnarly for sure. But yeah, I mean, negative 1111 there on the add decline, continuing to push nasty low on the breadth indicator. Ticks all pretty pointing low. S&P actually holding up better than most, pushing up. But this is exactly what we were explaining, and what I was saying almost to a T pre-market. I really expect this to push down and then to try to turn it around. So, you can see. I thought it was going to take. I feel like this is still not it. I think it's going to take a little bit longer for bulls to push this back up, but maybe I'm wrong. But so that is the first turn up at all in the add decline line there, guys. Yeah, I just don't see the bulls pushing this around here. I mean, like Chukawaka saying, guys in Discord, I mean, that 33.36, is one of our levels, and it, I mean, almost within 25 cents bounced. So it could be, but I just don't see it. Everything else, all internals are still pointing down. A lot of the stocks are pointing down. Let's actually look around the market once again here. We were already in about 20 minutes here. Take a look at our futures map. So you can see the VVIX has absolutely exploded all the way up to 104.52. The VIX is at 1780. XLF financials are just totally burying their head in the sand here. Just anything they made up this morning are completely losing it. You can see in the upper left, XLP staples are pushing up very, very strong. Oil continuing to sell off. Gold going for it is up now over 27.60 at hit a high of 1649.30. Bonds in 10 years continuing to rally up extremely strong. This is still very, very, very bearish. Every single look at this. How ugly can it get for the FANG stocks? They all look exactly the same, just absolutely falling apart. Facebook down 2%, Apple down 1.1%. Amazon down just below 2%, Netflix down 0.7%, Google down 1.26%, Microsoft down almost 3% here, you guys. This is just, no help from the market whatsoever. It just looks absolutely awful right now. So Boeing continuing to fall apart, just as we were talking about, not being able to push over that. Roku doing the exact same thing. Activision starting to, it's holding support on that 14 MA here on the 4 hour, but it really needs to bounce. Shopify breaking, it's holding it right now, but it's right on that middle Celt. It's going to be an extremely important level, but it is down already over 3.6%. NVIDIA down also 3.2%, and Tesla is down all the way to 885, so it's down 1.5%. Baba and Bidu both completely falling apart here, both down. So Baba's down about 2%, Bidu down just under 3%. Both broke through that lower Celt on the 4 hour, so that's looking pretty gnarly. AMD is bouncing right off of that middle Celt, so they're going to really need to hold that up or it's going to get pretty bad. Qualcomm also holding up on the lower Celt here. Dipped below it, but they were able to capture that and hold up there, so that'll be interesting to see. Disney down just under 1%, and McDonald's is down just slightly, down 0.1%. So remember, guys, McDonald's being a staple, even if the market pushes down hard, McDonald's can actually bid back up quite easily. But it does follow the market, quite a bit. But it is also one of those ones that is a divergent type of move. So we will see what we can get here. But yeah, it looks like our low right now is sitting at that 336.25, which is just 25 cents off of one of our key levels. So that will be most interesting to continue to watch and see what happens there with that, guys. Yeah, and yesterday we had an X ticket 33.39, so that's where they're going to be fighting this level right here we're at. They need to allow this. They need to capture this and to push back up, and that's why you're going to see a lot of fighting right here. I guarantee you right now this is going to be a battle zone here for a few, so that'll be something that we need to keep an eye on right now on the price action as well. Ad decline line continuing to just make lower lows here. It's down all the way at negative 11.16. Bread continuing to fall. And the ticks, you can see now why I like this indicator. The script, the way it's set up, is because you can just see how negative it really is. And to me, if it's just a chart, it's just the tick charts that some people use. And I don't mind the way they look. And I do have another one on one of the screens where it's just the bars, but it's just kind of, it's all like the other, it's just up and down and up and down. I like this to kind of see where we've come from and where we're going. And as you can tell, this is just, pretty much straight down, and I slide down into Plummetsville. So we'll see if we can't, if they can't try to turn this around. The spreads are holding up right now around the market, on the indices and on the ETFs. So they're not moving down as fast as one would think from this price action. So it will be interesting, but that could be the bounce zone that we are bouncing off of right now. So. Oh, I need to plug this in. So that could have been the dip. I thought it was going to take a little bit longer, so I did not get in as much as I would have liked to. Wow, with all that negative news this morning from Coca-Cola, they're only down 3 cents. I was expecting a much more of a fall here. Interesting. Jacob, Black Friday discount calls. That's hilarious. That's a really good point, you guys, that Darsh just brought up in chat. Is It says, here's an observation. During the steep sell-off, tick didn't even get under 700, so there is no exhaustion whatsoever. That is a very good point. Yeah, so you can see that's all telling, and that price level we have, I mean, given there right in there. So that's, I mean, you couldn't draw that any better, and I mean, you can go back and watch the recording if you want. I mean, this is exactly what I said. This is exactly what we were anticipating. Get that pull down and then push back up, and this could be it. I thought it was going to take a little bit longer out, so I'm a little bit wary still about the strength of this move, but that easily could have been it. I'm not going to say that it's not. I just thought it was going to take a little bit longer this morning, but then again, probably the bulls probably didn't want it to fall apart that fast, so. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, and it's interesting to see as price was trying to push up here. The breadth indicator continuing to fall, and we continue to make lower lows here on the add decline line. So that's what I'm saying, why I don't trust this. I think it would have taken a little bit longer time-wise, and then it would have been a stronger move. This is very suspicious to me, and it's something to watch, absolutely. Again, time is important, geometrics, and the fact that this continues to fall lower and lower, and breadth continues to fall lower and lower. So, yeah, sellers are by far not done, but they're going to be fighting here, so. Beyond Meat down 1.35%. That just came up on my Benzinga. I'm not sure why. Oh, there's quite a bit of action in it this morning, some volume. Boeing is now down 1.3%. Let's see here. What do I want to do about this? We still are around about a $19 to $20 expected move in SPX, so it could. And honestly, market makers don't want anybody to win, right? So why would they just completely let it fall apart, and why would they completely flip it around and switch? Pull the rug out of the sellers and now go up and trick the bulls and just keep this chopped and then end it in the middle, right? Like why wouldn't they? They have everything to gain by doing that. So it's definitely something to keep an eye on, guys. United States existing home sales 5.46 versus 5.43. So that's one of the economic numbers. So you guys, every morning I post those economic events into the room, its own room in Discord. I highly recommend following that at least, and even if it doesn't seem like it matters now or doesn't make much sense, very, very important to start to learn these things, because when these things come out, they can move the market. They can make things spike. Do I think this number just now is what's putting that red candle on there? I mean, they're gonna say so. The news is gonna say so. I think it's the chicken before the egg type of thing. But I mean, it is that isn't good. So we'll see. Oh, it's actually better than it said. They had it the wrong way. That's funny. But obviously the market doesn't like it. Maybe it wasn't good enough because it is still a bit under from previous. So, but it was over estimates. Who knows? Oh, is that? Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I saw that the PMI. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I saw that DT. Yeah, you. And I think you just said something about it, didn't you? Hey, what is that? Oh, great. The WHO is about to speak again. Here we go, guys. God damn it. Why they do this on Fridays? Yeah, so I've got it pulled up right now. So the World Health Organization holds a briefing on coronavirus. Man, and maybe this is the one where they turn. I feel that feels strange that they would come back out and say the same stuff. So it's either going to be extremely negative, or maybe they're finding something to push back up here. Yeah, U.S. business activity contracted for the first time since 2013, according to IHS Market. Okay. Yeah, so the WHO is on. I will pull up the audio. I've got it right now over here, but I'll run it on the other mixer as soon as it decides to do something. They're not saying anything yet, but I will pull it up. So confirmed cases 75,465, deaths 2,236. Confirmed cases Japan 727, 3 deaths. South Korea confirmed cases 204, deaths 1. Singapore 84, 0 deaths. Hong Kong 69 confirmed cases and 2 deaths. Yeah, we'll see what these guys want to talk about when they get on here. I love how it opens up and they're just all sitting around. It's just like, okay, what? Let's see here. I've just figured this new thing out a couple days ago in YouTube. Let's see if we can pull this up for everybody. Need somebody. Yeah, that was not long enough, you guys. Like I said, bread's continuing to fall, ticks continuing to look down. Ad decline is more important to me than anything, and it's just continuing to make lower lows. This was not long enough and strong enough. So yeah, no questions asked. Okay, how do I do this? Yes. Cool. I figured out how to do the picture-in-picture thing. So when when we get there, we'll whoa. Why did it do that? Sorry, guys, I'm having issues. All my monitors. It went. I'm sure you saw on your end too. It went all to the black, to the blackness. Says it's going to start shortly, so we'll see what that actually means. I know what I should do is I need to turn off that other audio player, turn off Ableton. Let's go ahead and turn this off. Okay, let's see here. I know what I can do real quick. I need to test this before they come on. Guys, bear with me for a second. I don't want to blow any audio out here. Let's mute these. And here we go. There we go.
Here in the room, those who are dialing in by phone and those who are watching us online.
All right, guys, let's listen to this.
For those who are online, it's a clicking raise hand to ask questions. For those who are dialing in, it's *9. Today we have Dr. Tedros, WHO Director General. We have Dr. Jawad Mahjour, who is Assistant Director General for Emergency Preparedness, and Dr. Sylvie Briand, Director of Global Infectious Hazard Preparedness here at WHO. As always, we will have audio file available immediately after the press briefing, and transcript hopefully will be posted tomorrow morning. I hope you all know where to find those briefing materials. So I'll give the floor immediately to Dr. Tedros for opening remarks.
So here we go, guys.
Thank you, Tariq. And good afternoon, everyone. Let me start, as always, with the latest numbers. As of 6 a.m. Geneva time this morning, China has reported a total of 75,567 cases of COVID-19 to WHO, including 2,239 deaths. In the past 24 hours, China has reported 892 new confirmed cases and 118 deaths. The significant decline in new confirmed cases is partly due to another change in the way China reports numbers.
I'll go figure.
Last week, China started reporting clinically diagnosed cases in addition to laboratory confirmed cases. They have now switched back to reporting only suspected and lab confirmed cases. This may indicate because the health system in Wuhan have regained the ability to test all suspected cases. As a result, some cases that had been clinically confirmed have now been subtracted from the total because they have tested negative. Although the number of cases in Hubei province continues declining, we're concerned about an increase in the number of cases in Shandong province, and we're seeking more information about that. Outside China, there are now 1,152 cases in 26 countries and 8 deaths. Although the total number of cases outside China remains relatively small, we're concerned about the number of cases with no clear epidemiological link, such as travel history to China or contact with a confirmed case.
That's crazy. What?
Apart from the Diamond Princess cruise ship, the Republic of Korea now has the most cases outside China. And we're working closely with the government to fully understand the transmission dynamics that led to this increase. We're also concerned about the increase in cases in the Islamic Republic of Iran, where there are now 18 cases and 4 deaths in just the past 2 days. WHO has supplied testing kits and will continue to provide further support. Our concern continues to be the potential for COVID-19 to spread in countries with weaker health systems. Tomorrow, I will address an emergency meeting of African health ministers held jointly by the African Union and the African Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Meanwhile, the WHO-led joint mission in China has been working in Beijing, Sichuan, and Guangdong, and will travel to Wuhan tomorrow to continue its work at the epicenter of the outbreak. We're working with all of partners under GORN to safeguard the health of the members of the team and to take appropriate measures when they return to their countries of origin. I'm also pleased to announce today that we are appointing 6 special envoys on coronavirus, on COVID-19, to provide strategic advice and high-level political advocacy and engagement in different parts of the world. I'm pleased that the following eminent individuals have accepted my invitation to act in this role. Professor Dr. Maha El-Rabat, former Minister of Health of Egypt, Dr. David Nabarro, former Special Advisor to the UN Secretary General on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals and Climate Change, Dr. John Kengasong, Director of the African Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Dr. Mirta Roses, former Director of the WHO Region of the Americas, and Dr. Xin Yang Su, former Regional Director of the WHO Region of the Western Pacific, and Professor Samba Sow, Director General, Center for Vaccine Development in Mali. As I said yesterday, WHO's key role is coordinating the global response to the epidemic, and our new special envoys will help us to do that. This is another step we're taking to take advantage of the window of opportunity we have to contain this outbreak. Once again, the measures China and other countries have taken have given us a fighting chance of containing the spread of the virus. We call on all countries to continue their commitment for containment measures while preparing for community transmission if it occurs. We must not look back and regret that we failed to take advantage of the window of opportunity that we have now. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tedros. Before taking questions first from the floor then online, just to remind everyone dialing in that it's *9, and those watching us online, it's clicking raise hand on the computer. So we'll start questions from the room. Musa first, please. If you can just introduce the outlet you are working for.
Donc ma question concerne l'Iran et le Liban. Le Liban aujourd'hui, on a annoncé à Beyrouth qu'il y a un cas en provenance de l'Iran. Est-ce que ces deux pays ont le moyen de faire face à ces virus et quel rôle le WHO peut jouer ou assister ces deux pays à faire face? Est-ce que vous avez des contacts avec ces deux pays pour organiser quelque chose? Merci. So thank you very much. So
about Iran and Lebanon that have announced cases. Do these countries have a health system strong enough to deal with this, and how WHO can help them?
Non, merci beaucoup pour votre question. Oui, ils ont les capacités de base pour détecter ce type de virus, mais nous sommes en train de discuter avec les deux pays quelles sont les possibilités de coopération et aussi quels sont leurs besoins en assistance technique. La preuve, c'est que le cas du Liban, il a été détecté à l'aéroport. Donc les autorités libanaises ont mis en place un système qui cherche les cas symptomatiques dans les vols provenant d'Iran et qui leur propose le diagnostic et le traitement. Donc c'est comme ça que ce cas a été détecté. Ça prouve jusqu'à un certain point que la capacité existe. La même chose en Iran, et le bureau régional de la Méditerranée orientale est en train de travailler avec eux pour pouvoir un peu évaluer la situation et aussi voir quels sont les besoins en assistance technique de notre part, et nous sommes en contact permanent avec eux.
Can we do a shorter English version, please?
No, I think the two countries, they have the basic capacity to detect this kind of viruses, and the case in Lebanon was detected in the airport because they were screening the symptomatic cases coming from Iran, and this is how this case was detected. And the original office in Cairo is now in contact with the two countries to assess the situation first and to try to evaluate what is the kind of technical assistance that these two countries may need, and we are ready to provide this technical assistance.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mahjour. Yes, please, and then our Japanese colleague, and then we will move online a little bit. Yes, please. If you can just press.
It's Yang with Xinhua News Agency. You mentioned that the international experts group will go to Wuhan tomorrow. So is there any specific steps they're going to conduct in Wuhan?
As I said it a couple of times ago, the expert group is fully empowered to suggest and also operate based on the situation on the ground. So that's up to them on what to focus and also the next steps they want in Wuhan. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tedros. Yes, please.
Good afternoon. I am Rintelo from Nikkei Japanese media. You pointed out in South Korea and probably in Japan, in Singapore, it is indeed a fact that COVID-19 has spread rapidly in recent days, although the fatality rate is still low. Even in this situation, do you say that you have not yet observed any clear community transmission outside China? Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you for your question. Indeed, we are looking at the numbers and also working very closely with those countries to try to understand and to give meaning to those numbers. As you know, we have seen in previous outbreak of SARS and MERS-CoV what we call super spreading event. So in those kind of events or situations, we may have a rapid increase in numbers, but as long long as we can understand how the transmission has occurred and how the new cases are linked to this event, then we can also make sure that we can stop the transmission. And so this is the kind of investigation that all countries are doing currently, trying to differentiate, is this a community, a low-level community transmission that were undetected, or do we face this kind of super spreading event where more cases are infected than we see usually with just person-to-person transmission. And so we are monitoring the situation very closely. In South Korea, they are still very committed to stop transmission, and so, but at the same time, taking the right measure to contain if we have a super spreading event.
Thank you very much. We will now go to some journalists online. We will start with Mr. Banjo Kaur from India calling.
So
from
most of this so
Down to
far,
Earth.
guys, has been
Mr. Kaur, can you
good.
hear us?
Actually,
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I'm expecting though.
Yes.
This is where the questions are
So
important.
my question is to Dr. Tedros. Hi, sir. You said in your opening remarks that China changed the strategy again because their investigative or their surveillance methods have improved. But they started with lab-confirmed cases, then they went to clinical diagnosed cases too, when the number spiked for about 15,000 in a day. And now they have gone back to lab-confirmed cases. So don't you think that this, seesaw has created some sort of epidemiological confusion, not just among researchers, but also among journalists and people at large? My second question is regarding the Diamond Cruise ship. Though passengers have started disembarking now, but do you think in hindsight that quarantine of so many people on a ship was a right strategy and it did not
Okay,
go
that's
wrong,
that's
especially for those people who
that's a
were on board?
softball
Thank
pitch
you.
question.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kaur, and my apologies for not recognizing that it's a female name. So 2 questions.
That's what you get, you gender
Okay.
biased pig.
So I think on the epidemiological situation in Wuhan, as we said earlier, and we observe in other epidemics, it's not unusual to count things in a different ways as the epidemic evolves, because as Dr. Tedros said, it's also related to the capacity to have laboratory diagnostics. And so what is really important in epidemiology when you observe an epidemic is to remember that surveillance or monitoring of the disease aims at taking the best possible decision. And so it's really numbers for action and not numbers for numbers. And so as long as we understand how things are counted and what the numbers include, then it helps us to make the best possible decision to protect the health of the people. And so this is why we are in constant discussion with Chinese authorities to understand how things are counted, which basis, and beyond the number, what is really important is the trends, but also the intervention that can be taken to really down or curve down the epidemiology curve. So this is why we are focusing on more understanding their definition rather than really looking at the numbers, because at the end of the day, a small difference in numbers, if it's a good decision behind it, is probably what matters most.
For the action taken by in the Diamond Princess cruise ship, I think usually when health authority take any decision, they take it based on the local context first, based on crew risk assessment and crew risk management, and take the decision. And it's very difficult in the middle of the action to look to how this
So just some context on what he's talking about with the cruise ship. I have 2 friends that just left this morning. I'm actually watching their house for them for a week. They just went on a cruise, and I had wondered if it was going to be canceled. They said that the company has been sending them updates like every day about like where the ships have been and where the people have been on it. So like essentially sharing all the data of where they've came from and what they found. It was actually really interesting that. I think that there's going to be a trade in Q2 on more of these because a lot of people think that it's already been worked in. But I think what's going to happen is I don't think it's going to affect it as much now as it's going to affect that people aren't. So these people, these two people already registered for their cruise months ago. People, they do this in months in advance. So what I think we're going to see is a huge decline in travel plans going forward. Now, it'll pick back up, but I think over the last month, would you have paid for a cruise? Would you have spent, $6,000 to $20,000 for a cruise that you think you might get zombie plague on? I just think it's interesting because there's going to be this big gap in reservations, so it'll be interesting to see what happens here. I just wanted to chime in on that for 2 seconds.
Confirmed cases as confirmed, when you test it in a lab, the clinically confirmed cases could turn out to be negative. So that's why in a place where we have laboratory capacity, the recommended approach is to have the lab confirmed cases from the suspected cases. So you have the lab confirmed and then those who are not confirmed yet, the suspected cases. That really brings clarity
Sorry, guys.
in the approach. And we're glad that China has come back to that kind of counting, and this will bring clarity actually, and I hope, as you have asked, Namaste by the way, this approach will bring clarity. Then on disembarking, I agree with what Jawad said, and one thing I would like to add is our advice to Japan.
Yeah, I
and
saw
other
that Darth
member
Teva.
states
Yeah,
was
I'm watching it too.
any action they take, it should be proportional to the public health risk they see. And they have already deployed their experts, and they told us that the measures they have taken is proportional to the public health risk they have seen. So we take that, but as Jawad said, there could be something that we can learn from, especially when we do the after-action review for the future. Thank you.
After action review, that's what I ask her in the morning.
Taking a shower, and we will go to next question from Helen Branswell. Helen, can you hear us?
Hi, yes, thank you very much for taking my question. Dr. Tedros, I think it was yesterday you were talking about the window may be closing. Today we've heard that Tehran has announced they have 18 cases and 4 deaths. Likely they have a lot more cases if they've already got four deaths. A Canadian who was in Iran has been tested positive in Canada. Somebody in Lebanon who has been in Iran has been tested positive. Is this outbreak at a tipping point now?
Helen, that's why I said many times actually the window of opportunity may be closing. And you have rightly said that, the cases we see in the rest of the world, although the numbers are small, but not linked to Wuhan or China, it's very worrisome. And then Iran in the past 2 days has reported 18 cases and 5 deaths, I think.
5 deaths, wow.
This is very concerning. But not only that, there is a case which is linked to Iran now in Lebanon. This is
Lebanon,
a 45-year-old woman.
Well, yeah, exactly.
And
they're in poor health. That's been the problem all along.
Dots are actually very concerning. Take them as dots or trends. So what I believe is the window of opportunity is still there. But where our window of opportunity is narrowing, I would put it that way, narrowing. And that's why we called the international community to act. And that's why I explained yesterday, although we're asking for the international community to act quickly, including the financing, that's not what we see. So again, I fully agree with what you said, but my analysis of the situation is the window of opportunity is narrowing, so we need to act quickly before it closes completely. That's what I would suggest. And
so that's why they keep doing these. Okay, it makes sense.
Question, and that's what we have been saying since the declaration of FIC.
I know, dude, right? They can't just say something negative. They're like so scared. Yeah.
In 21st February.
Damn, AMD's down 3.5%.
Really narrowing. That's how I put it. Thank you.
Thank you very
much. Can we take now, if we have online Walter Yates? Walter?
Hello, I am. Yeah, I am here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Walter.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to ask Dr. Tedros about something he said yesterday concerning the misinformation spreading on social media.
Darth.
That you would suggest that us journalists do to help prevent that and combat this certain misinformation that is being spread? Thank you.
I think the misinformation, I call it infodemics, is actually causing panic and fear in many places. And from the start of our daily press briefing, we have said a lot about it, and we will continue to really say about it. But not only talk about it and ask for the international community to act, but we are taking practical measures too, working with Google, working with Facebook, and working with Amazon, Tencent, and so on, to help in addressing this misinformation. And one of the practical actions is these major social media outlets are directing any questions towards the reliable sources like WHO and other institutions in other countries, reliable countries, including like CDC and so on. So that's what we're trying to do, and we will continue to work with them. And scientists have also a role to play, especially in addressing some of the misinformation. As you know, there was misinformation circulating in the social media and elsewhere about the source of the virus. Especially some people believe that it was designed in the lab.
I can't believe he's talking about this.
Probably you have seen there was a publication online that refutes that hypothesis and shows that this virus is not actually designed in the lab. Of course,
a lab design. I can't believe he's talking about this.
Until we get the source, where the source is, we have to continue to continue our research to really see where the source is. But there is already a reliable article. I hope you will have a look at that. That refutes the claim that this is a virus that's designed in the lab. But further studies will be necessary.
Thank you very much. Let's take one more online. Gracie Wren from Health Policy Watch. Gracie, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much for taking my question. It's a little bit of a follow-up to Helen's question. If the window of opportunity is narrowing as countries scale up preparedness efforts, they also need to prepare to deal with patients with potentially severe respiratory diseases, right? So outside of using screening and diagnostic capacities, what are WHO's plans to help strengthen countries' hospital capacities to deal with these cases, particularly for weaker hospital systems with weaker infection prevention control measures like that? Thank you.
Lab capacity.
Yeah, thanks. So on this issue of strengthening hospital capacities, we act on many fronts. Firstly is working with healthcare workers to give them the right training, and you will see online we have some online courses that they can access, but also provide them with advice on how to protect themselves. And we work closely with a number of countries to make sure that they have enough workforce to deal with a number of cases. And so this is part also of our preparedness activities in many countries, especially when we know that they have a healthcare system that will have difficulty to cope with an increase in cases, in severe cases. So we work with them to identify first where they can hospitalize those cases, those severe cases, and make sure that those few facilities have the capacity to take care of those patients and provide the necessary logistics and supply if needed. So this is part of the preparedness activities that have been ongoing for the past 2 weeks and more focusing on those countries where they are in highest needs. And so this is why we did a strategic preparedness and response plan to prioritize those countries and make sure they have this capacity in hospitals in particular.
Thank you. Can I ask a clarifying question really quickly? So
very quickly.
Yes, thank you. So specifically for respiratory capacity to deal with like severe respiratory cases, you need a lot of specialized equipment in certain cases, correct? So what about kind of that aspect?
Yeah, and so, but what is very important with those cases is first, before being severe, they are usually mild, and we need to also, that's why we focus on early detection of cases, because if we can treat them as early as possible, we have also opportunity to prevent them to become severe cases. So we really try to protect the at-risk population as early as possible, so that we have less severe cases as well.
Thank you very much. Shane, please, we go back to the room.
Thank you. Shane from China Central Television, CCTV. My question is about China for Dr. Tedros. So despite the change of the counting mechanism and also some of the Chinese workers are going back to their positions, in general, what do you think about all these changes?
Yeah, no, they're completely beating around the bush on all of this, and it actually is. It's actually personally worrying me, trading-wise. Yeah. But why aren't they answering some of these questions? Do they know more, or do they just not know?
Counting of cases, I have already said it. And taking what we have been doing before with a lab capacity, the best is to have the suspected cases and then take them as confirmed when you do lab tests. That's very clean. So going into that is good, instead of clinically confirmed cases, because clinically confirmed means it could be negative or it could be positive. So that's why we're saying what China chose now is clean. And it's good that they have moved to that. But we also understand, they were using the clinically confirmed cases.
Yeah, be careful, DT. I know you want to make that back, man. Just be careful.
Capacity was
I got you, Boo. I got you.
Because of a big number of cases.
Whoa, where's my cursor?
The most important thing is, based on your situation, to shift into doing the better approach. So we have to be very flexible on that. Then on containing the virus, we still believe that we can contain the virus. And what China is doing, serious measures in Wuhan and Hubei province and others, hammering at the source, can help us.
Ooh, getting nasty. New lows, 335. Here we go.
And other countries, since we have now number of cases, 1,000 outside China, other countries should also be very, very serious. And that's why I said, although the window of opportunity is narrowing to contain the outbreak, we still have a chance to contain it. But while doing that, we have to prepare at the same time for any eventualities, because this outbreak could go any direction. It could even be messy. But what I'm saying is it's in our hands now. If we do well within the narrowing window of opportunity, we can reverse any, or we can avert any
and positive. I know.
If we don't, if we squander the opportunity, then there is a serious problem. There will be a serious problem in our hands. And that's what WHO is saying.
Okay, so there's also part of my question about the workers or the employees going back to their work. So what do you think about that? Because that will definitely help the China recovery from the economy. But
that's what I said. In China or other countries, our advice is to take measures very proportional to the public health problems they see. That's our advice. And I hope China is doing that and other countries are doing that.
So you encourage the workers to going back to their positions?
We don't go into specific recommendations because we have to, see the details of what's happening if we're going to recommend, and we need to sit together. But with the question you're asking and what we would recommend as or put our general position is to encourage countries to take measures which are proportional to the public health response. Thank you.
Let's see if we have, well, Jamie was raising his hand.
Go ahead, Hugo. Go ahead.
Okay, so please.
I was showing you also this side because it's tired of.
Yeah. Thanks, Hugo Miller from Bloomberg News. It's on, yeah. It sounds like you're comfortable with the methodology, the shift in methodology of clinical versus lab testing in China. But just today, 200 cases were reported from prisons that had previously been excluded. Are you comfortable that the methodology now is something you can understand and relate to, and there will be no more surprises? And is there any concern that in a rush to reach a conclusion that net new cases in China are dropping, that not every potential case is being considered in their methodology? Mm-hmm. Thanks.
The international experts and Chinese counterparts, the joint mission, is working together. So if there are unanswered questions, they will tell us. Thank you.
Very quick on Iran.
On Iran, are you getting you said you're particularly concerned about cases that don't have a direct link to China, and Iran to Lebanon is now a worrying link. Are you getting the information you need so far from Iranian authorities?
We're getting information, but we have to engage them even more, because in 2 cases, having 18 cases and 4 days in our hands is serious.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Jamie, please, and then John, and then we will see if we have time for one more line, and then we will have to conclude. Jamie, very short question, one question.
1.5.
Hi, Jamie, Associated Press. Just wanted to know, you've talked a little about these clusters, but these clusters that are far from China, what does it say about this phase in the outbreak? Are we getting closer to a pandemic? And could you just give us a quick update about the infection spread in healthcare settings, both within China and outside of China? Thank you.
Okay.
What the heck?
So I think indeed what we see is a very different, I would say, phase of this outbreak, depending where you look. And for instance,
Good job, Willie.
There is a situation in Wuhan, which is a special type of situation. We have also a situation in different provinces in China. And then we have what is happening outside China, where the number of cases is still very limited. And this is why we are also able to see a different cluster of cases and investigation on this cluster. So indeed, we see that the situation is evolving. Not only the number of cases is increasing, but also we see different patterns of of transmission in different places. So, and this is why we are monitoring it, and Dr. Tedros kindly organizing this press conference to just showing that we are monitoring the situation, looking at what is happening everywhere, trying to have as much information as possible from each of these situations, and we are closely working with countries to have the more detail possible to try to understand really what is going on. Is it the same type of transmission as we have seen at the early stage of this outbreak, or are we moving to another phase of the epidemic? And so we try to also qualify as much as possible this situation, but you understand that we have a lot of diversity, different outbreaks showing different faces, and so that's why we try to make sense of all those different experiences we see across the world. But as Dr. Tedros said, we still have this window of opportunity, because we think that even if in some places we see a large cluster of cases, it's still we can monitor where they are coming from and what is going on. And so we need to continue to monitor the situation very closely until we can say that the situation is completely different.
Okay.
Healthcare settings.
Healthcare settings. You want to do?
Yes, okay. So similarly, in healthcare setting, we have seen different patterns, including in China, because nosocomial transmission has happened at the early stage of the outbreak and was based probably on the lack of knowledge about the disease or the virus itself. But we have seen also that these nosocomial transmission, when healthcare workers were aware of the disease and the virus, we have seen a decrease on those transmission. So it's a good sign. It means that with knowledge, we can reduce the risk for those professionals. However, we see as well that when healthcare workers are overworked or not in enough numbers, then the infection prevention and control measures are less strict, and then they have more risk to be infected. So we are continuously trying to investigate those transmissions, just to make sure that we know really what is happening, and we can propose the best countermeasures, especially in hospitals, and make sure that we are not missing any potential mode of transmission that could put healthcare workers at risk.
Yeah, I fully agree with what Sylvie said. Overworked health professionals, a risk. In addition to that, health professionals that are not properly protected. And that's why in our presser last week, we raised the alarm of having shortages in
these scalp spikes are just amazing, Darth Hunt, bro. Fucking A's, dude. Keep talking. Keep talking. No, you guys, I know, but I'm killing these right now.
Companies around
I can't even believe that one hit. I set that like $150 higher. How the hell did it hit?
Equipment, PPE, so that we start from protecting our health workers. When a health worker is infected, you know. It's serious.
Bro. You know.
One of the methods of transmission that can really spread actually anything.
Hate you, fast market.
High rate. We have seen it in Ebola.
Nobody cares.
And it can happen also in Corona. Then
yeah, sorry.
Are we closer to pandemic?
I try to mute that side of it sometimes because it gets annoying, especially as much as I was trading today. But I unclicked it.
7 round the clock, and I don't know if my colleagues actually are taking enough rest. And we're involving the best experts globally, and we're discussing regularly with the international experts. We have good number of them. Representing all regions and excellent experts. We have weekly consultation. But we have also internal experts, and we assess the AP we have regularly. And as you know, we have other platforms that we're always checking what the situation looks like and where we're headed. So we will continue to follow up, but as we speak, our situation is that we're still in a phase where containment is.
Oh, that's a good idea, Snorkel.
A narrowing window of opportunity.
Maybe I'll do that too.
And if there is anything move into another level, then we will announce it as soon as possible. We'll be the first to tell you that we're shifting into another level.
Thank you very much. We have time for two very short questions. First in John, and then we will go to someone online.
Two short
John,
questions.
Please.
We'll listen for a little bit longer, guys, and then we'll talk about it.
For the Lancet and France 24. Dr. Tedros, could you elaborate a bit, or perhaps your colleagues on the podium here, the new cases in Iran? Is the virus still stable? You said that it's a very worrisome situation. And secondly, you've got now an outbreak in a country that's subject to strict sanctions by the UN system. Could that be a hindrance, or you have assurances from the international community that that will not impede your ability to act in Iran?
Give a start. So on the virus
Snorkel.
itself,
Dude, it's so true, man. Trader life, baby.
The ID of this virus, but what we have seen in previous sequencing that were done in different places, it was quite stable. So I imagine that it's not different here. But the concern is more about the fact that we have seen an increase in cases, very rapid increase in a matter of few days. And so we were just wondering what is the extent of this outbreak and the transmission in Iran, and also because we have seen other cases picked up in Lebanon and Canada. So we are just wondering about also the potential of more exported cases in the coming days, and that's why it's concerning, because we would like all the countries in the world to be aware and to make sure that they will also put in place the right detection measures so that we can pick up those cases as early as possible, and not allowing this virus to spread further in the coming days. And so this is on the virus itself.
Okay.
On the sanctions.
Down Friday, down Monday, eh? Spartacus is thinking. I know, might be right. Red Thursday, Green Friday, Rebound Friday.
On sanctions, as you know, in emergency situations, mainly during any what do you call it? Outline the terms of sanctions. Emergency situations are excluded. So we hope we will have all the opportunity we need to support.
Thank you. Was there any question here in the room? Yes, please. Sorry, I didn't see you, so please.
You mentioned your concern about these dots and what that might say about the potential to move into another phase of the virus. Just linking that back to the post-action assessment on board the Princess cruise ship, do you see that post-action report as potentially useful to people potentially dealing with new clusters? And if so, how quickly will that post-assessment report be completed, and when will we find out the results?
After action review, usually a process led by the country where the event is occurring, and with the help or not of international agency, and we will definitely propose this action review to the Japanese authority and to try to do it together. But the major expect the outcome of this exercise is first to study the situation, to see what's well done well and not well, and also to come up with lessons learned that help nationals to improve, but also guide WHO and help WHO to improve their guidance, and not only WHO in this case. Other agencies who are dealing with ships and boats will also be inspired by the after. It's a learning exercise where we come up with conclusion to improve the global community preparedness in the future.
Thank you very much, and we can take one last question if everyone agrees. That's
yes, one last question, please.
Who is online? Kai, can you hear us?
Do you
Thanks for
suck
taking my question, Tariq.
it off?
Tedros, you have been very clear about the strategy on this. Hammer the virus.
Oh, really clear.
China
They've been
at
crystal
the epicenter,
clear.
Try to keep it from
Fucking
spreading.
crystal clear as muddy
You've also
water,
said
son.
that the window to do this is narrowing. I mean, we all know that we have to think in scenarios. So what I really wanted to ask you is, at what point do you consider that window closed? What has to happen for you to consider that window closed? And what is the strategy the WHO shifts to at that point?
No, thank
Snork's
you, Kay.
killing it.
I don't want to preempt the thinking of the scientists we're involving. And as we speak, they're actually engaged, and they're really working on all the data we have. And we will expect, their analysis and also recommendations. And we're involving as many experts and very known and respected scientists as possible from all over the world. And I know when we finalize the analysis, we will get a very good quality analysis based on science and evidence. And we will announce that as soon as we have it. So we're working on it. We're following the situation 24/7. And we will tell you exactly what the outcome of that analysis is as soon as we're ready.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tedros. We will conclude with this. Thanks everyone for watching.
We're going to conclude
us.
with a prayer for those who passed on.
Geneva-based core, we are not planning to have press conferences over the weekend. But if that changes...
So risk on or risk off weekend? Man, look at that nasty breath indicator. Oh, let's get this out of here. Dude, I love this new picture-in-picture YouTube feature. It down with the sickness, son. Well, that was a whole lot of nutting. No, there's some important things in there. So, key takeaways for me. I think it's continuously that we're seeing that the most impact is on the already weak. I don't see any acknowledgement of healthy, young, vibrant people. I'm sure there's some. I think it's a lot of people that are already having ailments, people that have already had other diseases. The cruise ship thing was pretty much a whole lot of nothing. I don't think they really can say much about that because I'm sure there's a confidentiality clause, HIPAA violation type of stuff. They can't really probably say much about that. I'm sure it's like an international HIPAA. Obviously, I'm not retarded. I know it's not the same HIPAA, but I think some of the big things is that I think it's more negative than people think. I think they're saying, well, or not that they think, but that they're letting on. The fact that they're beating around the bush, and like Jacob said, when they kept ending every single answer with something, oh, but it's okay. Like, we all know that argument tactic, right? Like, it's like, well, yeah, it does make you look fat, but I like fat chicks. It's like that. It's just like, it's like, okay. But I think the big thing is the scare for the healthcare workers. I think the biggest thing, though, the biggest takeaway I heard is that it's spreading out faster and more countries every day than they're expecting, and they're not getting a handle on it. I think that's why they keep coming out and doing these, is because he keeps saying that same thing about that we've got to get, the time is now. We've got to get ahead of this. Maybe he's just trying to instill a message of urgency so that people will actually do something, because I think when people feel like it's not that big of a deal, or we've got time, or it'll fix itself, people get complacent, and that's where this could really, really get bad. Part of me thinks that it's really true. I think that they really are serious, that if we don't get a handle on this, our opportunity window is narrowing every day, right? which makes me then wonder. It's like, so all these drugs, supposed drugs, and remedies that they're talking about, is it all BS? Because I mean, yes, they'd still worry about it because they don't want this to keep spreading and then have to like get more medicine and more, more places, and it keeps spreading. But I feel like if anything was like a valid, I feel like these guys would know before anyone if there was a valid cure or a valid treatment. And it just, and the last that I heard, I think it was April, they were saying they were going to roll out that drug in China. So it's like, are they just wanting people to take it a little bit more serious so that we don't go into April with, 100,000 cases? And I think it's well over 100K easily there. I mean, they've been having problems with the testing research, right? So I don't know. It's a lot of, and again, like Jacob said, the way they're answering these questions, it's so hard to really gauge what it is. My family's very medical. I grew up in a medical family. I'm like the only one pretty much who isn't involved in the medical field. And I know that when they sugarcoat things, it's not good. Most of the time, they will give you the worst case scenario because they want you to really pay attention, which it's like he's playing that good cop, bad cop, or good doctor, bad doctor, I guess, routine. So it is very hard to see through the BS, which is unfortunate. And then it's hard because, I'm a person. I hear the news and the noise, and it confuses me as well. So it is hard to dissect this for what it is. Apparently, from what we're seeing right now in the market, we're seeing some decent-sized upticks here. The declines continuing to rise, prices continuing to rise. The market probably is liking this. I think the fact that it wasn't, everybody start burning all your clothes and everybody run for the hills, I think, I don't know. I don't even know if it has anything to do with the price action, to be honest. I mean, I think it does a little bit because of the algos, like tripping it. But I think a lot of people, do you think people are going to want to carry risk into this weekend? I don't know. I mean, that's what, and then they say that statement at the end about like, oh, we don't want to, we're not going to have, or hey, don't worry, we're not going to say anything this weekend. And it's like, well, what does that mean? Yeah, exactly. I think they're trying to not cause the panic, but isn't that when you should panic? Isn't that the famous statement, right? What's that movie? John. I think it's John Cusack, and they're building they think they're building a spaceship, but they're actually building like a giant ark. That's what it reminds me of, where they're like, "Oh, don't worry, everything's fine." As they're like packing their suitcase, it's fine, it's fine. Go ahead, just stay there, keep living your life. As he's boarding a frickin' underground facility in the hills of northern frickin' Yukon territory. It's like, Jesus. Yeah, I don't know. I'm catching up through the chat, guys. Sorry. Dude, Snorkel, that picture is disturbing, bro. But yeah, so I think it'd be interesting to see what everybody comes out with tonight. I almost wonder if we try to push up here and then if it dumps into close, as I don't see a lot of people wanting to carry risk into the weekend. But I also don't think that the market wants to dump hard just yet. I mean, we're sitting at what, just down 27 handles right now in the S&P. Oh yeah, that's what I was noticing while we were doing this. I was going to pull this up. So while we were in the middle of this, look at the Nasdaq was falling apart way harder than the other markets. So this was down about 1.5% when we were sitting about 1.2, 1.3. I know that's not a big giant discrepancy on the correlation, but there's a lot more. The Nasdaq's being weighted down quite a bit more. You can see gold still holding these massive gains. I'm pretty out. I've got one runner, not in my futures. I've got one more GLD contract running. But you can see bonds in 10 years still not really selling off as hard as I would like to see. Oil starting to push back up. Financials are really weak right now. This all needs to kind of come back together if they're going to get control. Otherwise, I think we're just going to probably end flat somewhat. I think we'll get a little bit of a push. I don't think we'll end in the green today unless unless we see a bigger push, especially like in FANG here. You can see that like really it's starting to come back alive, but this is going to be the same thing just like it has been with flat lines. So what I think I might do, and I'm going to talk to Darth more about this. We've got a lot of stuff that we're about to roll out, but I think one of the things that I want to get out right away that I'm, something that I'm really, I wouldn't say an expert, but experienced in, is these plays, these flat plays. I think the one of the things that I think a lot of traders, especially when you're new, that seems to forget or neglect is that you don't need to make money and make good trades. You don't need to go directional. You don't need to make a trade that only goes up or only a trade that goes down. When these are running flat like this, like it has been, it's almost easier. And all you do is you build a butterfly right around the expected move, but you, like I was showing you guys yesterday with the earnings thing, like take the expected move and do it in half and build your butterflies around those. And then that way, when this runs flat and pretty much neutral, you end up making a nice profit off of this doing absolutely nothing. Because when people buy calls and it drops and then goes back up and then drops, goes back up, it kills them on their premium and they're out. Same thing when it goes down. So why not make money off of that play? So I know it seems confusing at first, but I think maybe we'll put something together like a nice little tutorial on that and start paper trading them and see how it works. And maybe we'll include next condors, because there's a lot of techniques that I think a lot of people neglect. I think most people, especially like when you get like things like Robinhood and Webull, not really, but it will be soon. But like where it's more simplified, because it's just, they make it just easy just to press buy a call, buy a put, and that's all the not even the brain power, all the work that you put into it. It for some reason when you've got to buy one, sell two, and buy another strike, it's like all of a sudden people get super confused and overwhelmed about it. But it's extremely easy, and to me it's like, aren't you more overwhelmed when you're losing money and watching these trades completely go away? Why not make money off of this nice, almost easier to make money? And here's the other thing. So when you build those butterflies right around here, say you build this one like I would say like the 213 and the 210, you would build your butterfly in here. Even if this thing takes off one direction or the other, you might still make a little bit of money, but you'll also only lose way less, like a fraction or less. Most butterflies I build in any of these products, $200, $300, let's not talk about Amazon or Google, anything like Facebook, Apple, Netflix, Microsoft, I'll pay anywhere between 20 cents to like 70 cents at most for a butterfly, and they make about $200 to $350 on average. So it's like, why not utilize those? So I think me and Darth will talk about it, and we'll put something together. I think it's just something that might be a nice little base hit strategy for everyone, and I think it should be utilized more. And it's the same thing with the spreads. That's why Darth put those videos out right away, is because I think instead of buying just naked calls or puts, it is in all of your best interest to learn the mechanics, at least learn the mechanics of how to use spreads, both debit and credit spreads. They are absolutely the way to grow an account. It is the only way to truly knock down your risk and continue to make the same reward. I think it's just the fact that people see a limited reward, it immediately makes them think they're not going to make as much money. It is absolutely not the case. It's that yes, you are somewhat limiting your reward, but you're extremely limiting your risk, and that's more important. I will always say that risk will always outweigh reward. So it's just, that's my 2 cents on a lot of what I'm seeing. I mean, you guys have come an amazing way in a very short amount of time, so I'm not cutting anybody short or anything, but that's just something I want to bring up, and I'm going to talk more about this weekend, and Darth and I hopefully can get Addict on the phone tonight after market, so we'll see. Boeing continuing to fall apart here. It is down $4.63 at $331.65. Roku down 2.53% at $120.94. Activision is holding on to that 14 MA here on the 4 hour, so it's still looking all right. Shopify also holding up support on the middle Celt here, but it is still down 3.1% or $16.62. NVIDIA pushed back up just a tiny bit off of the lows, but it's still about 3.2% here. Tesla back down to about 886.75, which is about 1.41%. Baba, Bidu. Baba's actually doing a lot better than Bidu. They're down 1.8%, but they're holding on to that support on that lower Celt, as where Bidu's down 2.6% and also just slammed through that lower Celt, and it hit a low of 128.08, so it's just up off that low right now. AMD is just having a horrible day here. It's down 4%, but it is holding on to that middle Celt support. It bounced a little bit there. So as long as it holds that and continue to open above that and doesn't break that, because it breaks that, we're going to see some nasty price action on AMD going into the afternoon. Qualcomm is just now barely breaking through the lower Celt on the 4-hour here once again. And Disney is just kind of hanging out here, just down just below 1%. And McDonald's still not. I really was hoping it was going to come back to live, regardless of the market, but it's still down about 73 cents at 214.35. So yeah, guys, just some things to think about. And like I said, we'll go over a lot more of this and make it more. Yeah, he does, dude. That's Dorothy. That's exactly what's going on, and I understand. I mean, I talked to him. We were DMing last night and the night before, and I know what he's doing. I mean, he monitors trades. He set alerts. He set up. He's got everything set up. But I think she's from like another state, so like it's like I understand it's kind of a special occasion type of thing. But there's no reason he couldn't, make even if he hops on the call with us for like 30 minutes, and me and you will sit there and blab for an hour and a half. I know. But yeah, we'll figure it out. Regardless, you and I will talk, but we'll get him on there. What else here? Yeah, Snorkel. Yes, sorry, I didn't see your question. Yeah, you got it right, man. Yep, butterfly for flat and condor straddle for collecting theta. Correct, exactly. So ironically, so my Twitter handle is Theta Savage. That's one of my best winning strategies, which is it's unbelievably high. I think I'm finishing all that stuff, and I'm really excited for you guys to see all that. I'll see all my 2019 stuff, but my theta trades were literally the highest I've ever had last year. Last year was a record year for me, for Darth too, I believe it, but I think it was his best year too. But last year I had it was like an 88% win rate on my theta capture plays. Overall, I finished at like a 76%, so pretty good year actually for me. That's not my highest win rate, but it was my highest P&L rate. But I had a couple of really, really big trades, and luckily there was a few of you guys actually in here that were well aware of it for the whole thing, that saw it from start to end, so it was pretty cool. Oh, Texas, that's right. Did you just say from high school? Oh, ex from high school. I thought you meant she was in high school. I was like, oh, God. Get the bail monies ready. Yeah, I didn't look at MU. Thanks for posting that, Snorkel. MU is a good chart to look at, guys. It's holding that support on that trend line there, and that price level. That might be a nice bounce back up. If it breaks it, though, then it's going to completely fall apart. But it's a pretty strong trend line. You can see when it broke before, and that was a nice trade on that trend line break. So it'll be very telling if it breaks this trend line or not. I'd like to see a bounce play off of that. I'd probably risk that 58. Wrong way. I'd risk probably 50 cents on that below, but shoot for that 59 to 60 as target 1, target 2. That MU could be a great trade. Great eye, Snorkel. See, this is point in case what I was talking about the other day about how everybody brings something to the table. I mean, MU is a name I play a lot, and I completely have looked over that, and Circle just posted that, and boom! That's what we're talking about. Now we get everybody doing that. That's exactly what we want, you guys. Man, look at how nasty this tick. Look at this. Like, what a mess. This is very rare to see this like this. Like a complete mess today. Like, look, it's just no rhyme or reason, just all over the place. This just speaks volumes. This is chop, 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 chop day. And I mean, obviously, choppy, choppy, chop, chop, chop. I want to back up a little bit because I want to see pre-market. Yeah. So as soon as we broke that was our pre-market level to break, was that 33.55, our line in the sand. And man, that was all telling. But now I think we're just going to chop around. And I wonder what's going to happen if we're going to push up. I really couldn't tell you right now. As far as internals go, I would say negative. But that doesn't mean anything for that last push into the out of the gate at the end, So we'll see. Why do you do that to me? I hate that you do that. It's so annoying. There. I like them to line up is what I'm trying to. Geometrics. It drives me nuts otherwise. So spreads are pretty, things are calming down, pretty tame here. I expect because lunchtime, obviously, it's going to be a little bit slow. Yeah, Nvidia, I know. Yeah, there's man, I just love Nvidia because it's so predictable essentially, 8 out of 10 times, 9 out of 10. Like it really plays well on its levels. It really what's the word? It's responsive to its technical levels so well. Let me know when you land. Okay. My poor spy calls are down to they're $2.50. Or just they're 2 cents, but I mean literally $2. Ouchie boom boom. Yeah, spreads are really slowing down now. It was pretty crazy during that. So that's why when people say, "Oh, the news doesn't matter," I'm like, it just makes me shake my head. I understand, like, in the overall context of things, like, sure, but like, you can't tell me that doesn't make a difference. The entire time they were doing that interview, it was going wild. Volume was surging. The price action was chopping extremely hard. The spreads were so far apart and moving so fast. I was able to capture so much of that, and that's a technique in itself, Yeah, I agree with DT. I wish the entire Fang family would just do something here. It's just, but like I said, I mean that's almost when you want to build a butterfly, for for this end of day, trade. Yeah, so I mean, you've got, I think the ones I would go with though, I would do like a Facebook, Apple, or Microsoft. I don't think I would want to touch the Amazon. Well, I don't know though. As we get closer to close, if you can trade same day expirations, I know Robinhood, I don't think you can, which is so weird to me that they don't allow that. That's like a whole technique in itself, but you could probably get this for pretty cheap. That's a good idea, Snorkel. Hold on, let's check that out, guys. So Snorkel, what he's talking about, you guys, is SMH. It's one of the better, more liquid semiconductor ETFs. It's one that I've played quite a bit. Damn, look at that. Look at these. Wow, 200%, 400%. Wow. So this one, expected move left so far in the day about 131. Like, how accurate is that? And it's decently accurate. It's a little bit tricky, but ETFs especially. But I would assume it would be. So honestly, prices are not bad on both sides at all. Yeah, that could be a nice little trade. Let's look at this and set this up. Let's see. What do I want to do here? What do I think? For 6 cents. Hold on, I want to analyze this. Let me see here real quick. So for 5 cents, you could make 80 cents on this, basically. Let's double check. And I'm gonna analyze this. So you could buy a butterfly on this for 4 cents, 5 cents, and you can make 80 cents, you guys. Hold on a second. I'm trying to pull up my analyze stuff. Give me a second here. Ah! Come on, Thinkorswim. What's wrong with you, yo? There we go. Anyway, yeah. So this is that SMH play. So I was looking at the 145, 146, 146.50 butterfly. I probably spread it out more to try to gain a little bit more. But yeah, I mean, if this thing essentially stays even neutral, for 4 cents you could make $100. So for $4 you could turn it into $146 today. By the end of today, you could buy one right now for $4 and try to turn that into $146. Now I want to spread this out a little bit farther and see what we're looking at. Trying to open the window a little bit bigger is what I'm wanting here. So $1.13. So 148. This one's too far. Okay, so this would keep you within. So the expected move could either go down or above, and this would not even come close. And this keeps you neutral at the price now. So for about, I would try to get it for like 75 cents, but 75 cents. So if it stayed neutral, $222. So you're risking like 75 cents to make $2.22. So $75 to make $200. And if it closes anywhere all the way down to 144, all the way up to 148, you make money. A little bit at least. And that's a pretty wide butterfly for a $146 product. That's a nice little butterfly play there. So if I did 2 of them for $150, I could be potentially making almost $500. Tastyworks does. That's why I like Tastyworks. I have a Tastyworks account too. It's on the other computer though. Maybe one of these days I'll do something where maybe I can figure out how to do that with the multiple computer thing for streaming, and then that way I can show you guys both, and I can do similar trades on both, and so that way people that are using either or can can see exactly how mechanic wise how I'm doing it on both. That's actually a good idea. I'll try to set that up because that would be cool. Yeah, snorkel. I think that's a good idea, man. I like the risk to reward on that SMH play probably better than anything. Especially that it's not the IV isn't too crazy, and honestly, I think it'll easily stay within its expected move. So, that's a nice little play. I'm not gonna lie. We'll see if I can get filled for one for 75. I'm going to share that trade here. Just give me a second, guys. Obviously, I know it's an intraday play. So for a lot of you, it might be hard to risk your day trade. But, it's a very low risk, decent reward play. I actually really like this play. Especially that it's down already 2%. I could see this actually moving up a little bit more. I almost want to move it up there. Oh, I think I got filled. I got filled on one for 74, 73, 70. Dang it! It didn't fill the one. Why won't it fill my one in here in Thinkorswim? I got filled in Tastyworks right away. See, Tastyworks has their fills. I just swear, I don't understand. It's so smooth. Why? Yeah, I can't. I got fill in Tastyworks immediately, and it has not still yet to fill in Thinkorswim. I almost wonder if I should do that one in Tastyworks and move this one up to like the 147 strike, or do a bearish 146.50. I'll think about it, and then I'll post once I know what I'm doing with this. But I will post this other trade that I just took. Okay, got rid of that one. Let's see here. No, Jacob. You never want it to expire. That would be you would completely lose everything, and you would probably have a nice gain and then lose it all. The only thing I ever let expire is I don't even let it expire. When we do what's called a calendar spread, I let the first expiration date. I always not always. Majority of the time, the way I play them, I let it get down to the wire. Usually, if I'm already up, 80%, 50%, maybe within a couple days, I'll usually take those profits right away. But most of the time, I actually let it go. I like to get it down as close as I can, so that first expiration is almost worthless. So that's the only thing I ever get really close to. I have done a few things in the past of letting something expire because I wanted to. I actually was. How do I explain this? Not that I wanted to absorb the shares or anything, but it was a technique, and then using like back ratios. Sometimes you can. It just depends. Sometimes, obviously, with like selling, I've sold quite a few contracts and let those expire, but that's because it's the way it works. Yeah. I will do especially for the educational stuff. We'll always have all of this stuff will be explained in short little videos within like a bigger set. But yeah, I think the analyzing is something that's extremely underappreciated. And what I'll do is I'll make like let's say like we'll keep them short and sweet, like 20 minutes at the most, and do like essentially 5 minutes of all beginning intro, just kind of like what this is and that explaining, and then like 5 minutes of like doing it in Thinkorswim, 5 minutes of doing it in Tastyworks, and then like a couple minutes of like overall outro. So yes, I will do something on the analyze stuff. I think it is extremely underused. I think it is one of the best ways, because when you're just blindly buying, yeah, your TA might be working well and your trade idea, but why not take the few? I mean, it's a second. You have the trade set up, click right and click analyze and just look at it, because it changes my mind about things all the time. Look what I just did in that butterfly. If I would have just gone with the first instinct and bought the first one that I clicked on, I wouldn't have spread it out and realized how much better of a potential trade I could have made just by spreading it out. But that I do it all the time. I constantly use it. There's not a trade I can't even think of the last one I've taken. I don't take them when I'm trading shares. I don't analyze tab, but that's, yeah, not really. Yeah, that's simple math. Yeah, no, Snorkel, there wasn't. That's why I was saying, that's why when I got kind of done looking at it, that's why I was kind of saying I was actually thinking about moving it around. I was then saying that, oh, maybe I actually would do one at the yeah, no, there's not a reason I do the round numbers. It doesn't matter. Sometimes it is, because a lot of times I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, when you've gone to like set it up and it won't let you, it says it's like it won't let you trade that. It's like not tradable, which is weird, because it's like, shouldn't you be able to trade any of the strikes that are offered? I don't know why that happens sometimes. It's annoying to me, because like it's like, well, right, but I could buy those naked, but you're telling me I can't buy them in a more in a more sophisticated trade. Like, it doesn't make any sense. I hate when that happens. Yeah, man, you know exactly what I'm talking about then. It's so annoying, dude. It's like I get mad almost. It happened to me yesterday. I was like, I sent something I'm looking at, and I'm like, what the hell do you mean? Like, like what? uh, oh, I gotta look at this trading. I messed something up. What did I do here today? What is wrong? Hold on, guys. I got issues. Oh, here, orders filled. Oh, I got a terrible fill on that one, but how did it get the other one high? What the hell? I'm not really sure what I did. That sucks. Guys, I was thinking, especially going into the weekend, I wanted to test the. So I got like a couple weeks ago, I got a new fancy uh, audio interface board that's specifically made for like podcasts. So instead of doing it like I've got like so I don't know if many of you, I know a lot of you guys do know. So like I actually produce music, and 90% of the stuff, 99% of the stuff you hear playing ever on there is my stuff. That's how I'm able to get away with it, because it's not copyrighted infringement. Well, it's copyrighted, but under mine. But I have I've got a bunch of normal like musician mixers and boards and stuff, but I got a specific board for podcast, so it has like an actual phone in, and it's way cool, and I'll take a picture and show you guys, but I want to, because we want to start having the open audio channel through Discord in here, so I was thinking maybe today, like this afternoon, might be a good time to like test it. So I'm just telling you guys now, if you're down, that'd be awesome. We can go over some stuff specifically, and I just think it's faster and it'll be easier to ask. I think it'll be a nice asset going into the future, having that live audio that even if you don't want to talk on it, you can listen to it, but you're more than welcome to always talk on it when it's open. So I would like to open that up today for a little bit. So after it, because it's lunchtime just now for me, and then I'm thinking this afternoon in a little bit we should play with that a little bit while this is going on, and then that way, like into power hour even. So I'm gonna make sure that's all set up, and then I'll reload it on there. But I would appreciate even one person, but like one or two or three or four people. It'd be cool if you could, even if you're just listening, but if a couple of you could like chat with me. Me and Spartacus have done it before, but it was before I had this board, and we had issues because the guys that were listening to it on YouTube, they said they couldn't hear any of the audio, which is weird because we could hear it clear as day. So I know this is what this thing is made for, but I want to just make sure that it works because I've tested it, but only doing it and from my end. So I want to make sure that when you guys are actually called into it from Discord, that it actually works with the outside line. So I was just thinking of that as I was looking at this, because I keep talking about doing it, and I just kept putting it off because of everything that was going on with trading. It was just, yesterday, honestly, I had a crazy day yesterday. It was nuts. For me, I just had a lot of stuff that I was wanting to take off because of that giant spike down. It just ended up being very volatile for me, which was great. It was a fantastic day. But so yeah, we'll do that later here in a little bit. Yeah, damn, I know, dude. All silver, man. That's what I'm saying, man. And it's like finally. Ugh, ow. Man, VIX hit a high of 1808 today. That's crazy. I'm like nailed those hedges. I didn't even look. I didn't even realize it till I just looked back now at how high it hit. Because I just set my orders in depth of market and I pretty much walk away. Whoa, why is that set to daily? What? I don't want no daily. So they got to get over this 33.47 and close it to get back up to that line in the sand at 33.52, 33.55. That's where I wanted to get back up. So we'll see what happens here in the next, I'd say, half hour. Whew, these headphones are, I got to take them off for a second. I've got my full headset on, and I don't know, it feels weird when I wear it just around my neck like I am now and talk. Like, it feels strange. Like, I like having the headphones on when I'm talking to you guys. It just for some reason makes me feel more like I'm actually talking to someone, not just myself, as I feel like I am now. And it's funny, like when I start joking with you guys or I'm laughing and stuff, my dog he gets these goofy ass looks, just like, what the fuck are you doing? Yeah, I agree, Jacob. McDonald's has been kind of really setting up and consolidating really well lately. And I like McDonald's because it's one of those things that risk on, risk off. It seems to work. It doesn't really matter. It's such a great play. And you know what's funny is I never used to play McDonald's. Addict actually got me super into it because of how the prices were so nice, and it's so the contracts are always decently priced. It's awesome, and it doesn't change anything. It's like the difference between playing something like McDonald's or like Microsoft could be the difference of paying 20 cents for a contract at McDonald's and paying 90 cents at Microsoft, and yet they're going to move the same amount. Like it's like almost like a no-brainer sometimes. Don't dump this candle now. I just feel like they're just gonna make this loose for everybody. How much did UMP drop, DT? Yeah, it is. I know. I miss Jim, man. I thought he would be way back by now. I hope nothing. I hope things didn't get away from him. I hope trading didn't just completely flip. It's not even just pennies though. It's like OTCs. Which the only OTC I think is worth looking at all is Planet 13, if you guys know what that is. It is the most amazing dispensary I've ever seen in my life in Vegas, and they're blowing up, and they're going nationwide, actually international, because they'll be in Canada soon too. It's amazing. Yeah, I'll show you guys. I'll send a link to in general noise about Planet 13. It is absolutely phenomenal. The coolest place in Vegas. Well, not the coolest place in Vegas, but it's cool. They're about to build one in Denver. That's how I knew about it first, because we were talking to the land developers, and I was like, "Wait, what is it?" And then I found out, and when we went down to Nevada, we went in, and it's unbelievable. They serve like pizza and beer, and they've got coffee shops. I mean, and it's a massive. It's like an experience. How do they call it? It's like an experience dispensary. I can't explain. It's a one of a kind thing, and they're about to build one in LA. So Addict's gonna get to totally utilize that. ACB. Yeah, UMP moves, man. It's got nice ATR. It moves. It can move. I agree. Jim told us something that he told me in Act that he was in some huge like OTC trade or something, and that he was gonna have to wait. It was gonna take a while, like several months, but that it could make him some huge amount of money because he's done it before. You guys, he's like made like hundreds, like a few $100,000, like literally, off of some crazy gambling OTC plays. And then he met us and was starting to get into this. He was starting to get the grasp a little bit, but he was getting frustrated. And then he was still part of that group, and then went over there. And he has his own little like newbie training options group, and I'm a part of it, but there's like nothing there. Yeah, that's what I think too, you guys. What DT just said. I feel like that's kind of what we're looking at too. I'm trying to find his page right now. Hold on. Jim's. Yeah. So even the last thing he posted was January 23rd. He posted something telling somebody good job, basically. It was the last time he posted in his group. Yeah, because like he was all over it in November and like telling people good job and talking about options and then January 23rd talking to this guy, but before that it was like 2 months he had talked. Yeah, it seems like November was the last time he really did anything, and then talked to those guys in January. Yeah, November, and that's it. Kind of freaks me out. I wonder if I posted in there in his room if he would see it and respond back. I don't know what to say. I think Tastyworks is easier to analyze because of the visual, because the way it looks. I think it's cool. It's more modern, which it literally is. I think Thinkorswim is made for me for charting and drawing and study tools. I think Tastyworks is easier and looks better for the analyze stuff because it's cooler. It's just simpler and it looks a little bit more fresh, a little bit more modern. But Thinkorswim is cool how the analyze tab works because it's more of like it's more like I wouldn't say professional, but it's more geometric, as where like Tastyworks is more like of a graphic visualizer type of thing. It looks cool. What the hell are you two talking about? Oh my god. Holy crap, I just, breaking news, Shopify to join Facebook-led Libra currency group. God damn it, Shopify. Now I want you to fail. I love Shopify. It's been one of my favorite trades for like a while now. Again, same thing as UMP. Shopify has unbelievable ATR. That thing just moves like crazy. It's nuts when it wants to move. I mean, it was moving like 20 to 30 points a day, like it was just nothing day after day after day. Man, this level, I'm telling you, it cannot get over this. They are battling here. God, just watching everything just fall. Poop eye. Pink eye. Brown eye. Murphy Brown eyes. What time is it? It's 11:45. What's this guy talking about on the news about Teslas at the mall? What? I don't know what fucking mall you're going to, but I don't see Teslas at the mall. Like for sale at the mall? What? This guy got no class. Yeah, I bet you're getting tired, brother. Talk to you later. you be back? Will you be back on for close, and you want to talk after close, or what's up? Fight it, Tars. Let him sleep. He's probably still freaking not adjusted. Okay, sounds good, brother. Get some sleep. I'll talk to you then, and we'll go from there, and we'll figure out what's up. I love you. Later, man. The hell was that? Oh, final trade. Whatever. Ain't got time for that. That dude, that stormtrooper gif is the best, dude. It's so funny. Dude, I don't know how many of you guys have been watching The Mandalorian. Like, I was totally like loved it. Because Boba Fett's actually my favorite Star Wars character ever. So I was like super stoked. I want one of the new. They've got the new. It's like a different stormtrooper because because the time setting it's like way before. All of the movies, and there's a couple of these for them old school stormtrooper setups, and dude, they're so sick. It was so cool. And then in the new movie, the brand new movie, the last one or whatever, the stormtroopers that fly in the desert, dude, they were so sick. Like, I loved that. That was a cool, like, a lot of people didn't like that scene because how the comedy was kind of cheesy, and I totally agree. But dude, the stormtroopers were rad. Like, that was a cool little change. You got into MU, nice. I still haven't got filled on that other in Thinkorswim. It filled instantly. I think it was like 3 seconds in Tastyworks, and it still hasn't filled in Thinkorswim on that SMH fly. The hell? Where did that one come from? I've never seen that. Oh, dude, I hear you, right? I would kill for that. I want one of those hydro, what are they called? Hydrojet or whatever, the like rocket pack things you wear that like use water. Like, those things are so sick. We were at the we have like some big lakes up north where we live here, and like they're super rad in the summer. And there was some dude out there that had one. I should have asked to use it, but we were just like, we were wakeboarding and stuff, but I was watching him, and dude, when they eat shit, it's like bad. It's awesome. It's like watching a slow motion like car accident. It's hilarious, but it looked so fun. Come on, break this freaking level. I swear to bejesus. There it goes. Come on, motherfucker. Break. Come on. Bears are like, no. I think they know, though, because if it does, we're gonna we're going to push up at least probably another, 12 points, I'd say. I know, man. S power. There we go. Come on. Yes, yes. Nice. Finally closed above there. There we go. Good Lord. That's what Daddy wants to see. Oh my God, is it seriously going to break back down under there? Come on, don't you dare. Running a game, yeah, that's probably dragging on it. Yeah, the nice thing is, like, OBS, it runs pretty hot. Thinkorswim, the reason it runs so hot for me is because I've got so many monitors and so much open. Ableton's really not that powerful unless you have a bunch of MIDI files running, so I have, like, very limited, like, I'm trying to run mostly, just bus lines audio, so it's not too bad. But, yeah, man, it's a game and a platform. Yeah, I definitely can see that slowing it down. Especially guys like using like just laptops and running it's like, yeah, it's gonna, crazy. I mean, unless yeah, they want that line in the sand, Jacob. Totally, man. I mean, bread's coming back alive a little bit, but it's still pretty flat off of here. But this is really what I'm watching is add decline because it's trying to push back up here. And if I can get over 600, I think it'll be really telling. And if these ticks can keep staying up here. Okay, man, take it easy. We'll talk to you here in a few. Good job. Oh. I've been waiting for this damn level to break and hold so I could set up so I could go get on the E, and it just keeps doing this. I think I'm just going to set these trades and... I mean, I can monitor it from mobile, but still, it just sucks. I hate when it's important. Oh, come on, you stupid thing. There we go. All right, guys. I'm gonna go grab something to eat, and I'll be right back. I'll still be obviously in Discord and on mobile, so if anything, but I'll be back here shortly. Thanks, guys.
man, you know she hooked on me. Who you now, they throw the book on me. Oh Lord, I did my time, they got me shook on me. Who am I? I'm the greatest. Who am I? I'm getting paid, bitch. Who am I? I'm so flagrant. Who am I to take flavor? Who am I? I'm the greatest. I'm the greatest.
I'm tearing down the walls of this building, shit is not original. Start firing the holes, movement in peripheral. Hearing echoes of my first day, think that's permissible. Big mistake in the last one, you little criminals. Is being lyrical is difficult, then try a different genre. It's pitiful, the syllables are far away from mantras. Let me put it simply, you ain't entering nirvana. Everyone spits fire, everyone does the same. Faking personalities, lying without shame. Getting in the Premier League by other people's gains. Bunch of fucking aliens with reptilian brains. I'm not hiding from the truth, I embrace my brazen ways. Chewed out for spraying things I'm not supposed to say. If I joined the sugar clothes, I'd be better for a change. Until then I'm still a good toy, maybe you can't relate. Stop it. If you go hide behind the mask, it is obvious, at least put some effort into dodging. I'm not buying any of it, be careful what you say. I ain't pretty good at toppling back the bullet. Mask off, let's get to it. Backstabbing isn't in my little book, it shinobi. Mask off, you ain't Kakashi, no. I'm just being myself, your shawty gun, go copy me. Waiting for a chance, they usurp it. Rappers getting robbed, I'm not a servant. I'm doing this for fun, doesn't mean you have the right to be claiming what I've done. Sick of liars, sick of sucking up for pride. That is pretty much the case when we put value into glamour. Backtrack a bit, what happened to stomping random? Yeah, we'll get there, you bitch. Take it easy for a second. If the page is gonna be written by the hand that speaks, it will take a lot of acting and some elbow grease. I'd rather make it sound natural for all that see. Once again, I'm just being me. Stop it. If you go hide behind the mask, it is obvious, at least put some effort into dodging. I'm not buying any of it, be careful what you say. I ain't pretty good at toppling back the bullet. Mask off, let's get to it. Backstabbing isn't in my little book, it's shinobi. Mask off, you ain't Kakashi, no. I'm just being myself, your shawty gun, go copy me.
down together. It's just us now and never. Yeah, all we need is you and me. It's just us now and never. Now and never. Please help me, I'm begging you. Please pick me up, don't let me drown. Don't need to find what's left behind. Every time I come back, I hit the ground. When we fall down together. It's just us now and never. Yeah, all we need is you and me. It's just us now and never. Now and never.
Time-ticking motherfucker, yeah, you know the deal. Keep the fake off my plate, this my only meal. No hands on the clock, time is only real. And no hands when I ride, I don't know the will. Living life like a movie is who I truly am. I heard them say I'm destined for greatness, so let me prove it then. The clock is ticking, I stopped giving fucks a year ago. I think I murdered way too many beats, this case is serial.
Let you know that I came to smack you, don't care if you're a A-list famous rapper. Save the laughter, I put you in a grave.
Wash up rappers taking shots. It's famous rappers. I see all the wash up rappers taking shots. Trap beats and I pack heat in my mouth, now I got a gun shit. But they're sleeping on me twice as hard. Motherfucker better go and get a bunk bed. Whoa, watch me take that crown on accident. Put the cash up in my hands and I'll be stacking it. I'm manifest, I am the best with rapping, I am passionate. I'm living out one ace, I gotta go big just so everything I do will be extravagant. Like whoa, it's like they're putting something in the water now. See all the wash up rappers taking shots, I watered down.
Let you know that I 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 go 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 care of you. See all the wash up rappers taking shots. It's famous rappers. See all the
chicken, motherfucker, yeah, you know the deal. Keep the fake off my plate, that's my only meal. No hands on the clock, time is only real. And no hands when I ride, I don't know the will. Living life like a movie is who I truly am. I heard them say I'm destined for greatness, so let me prove it then. The clock is ticking, I stopped giving fucks a year ago. I think I murdered way too many beats, this case is serial.
Into the light now.
call correct. Ain't playing at your best, then you will get left. If it don't involve money, then I don't accept. If it don't involve money, then I don't accept. Like this. Daytime better come correct. They ain't playing at your best, then you will get left. If it don't involve money, then I don't accept. If it don't involve money, then I don't accept. Like this. She virgin, I took it. She said we should hook up the boy for the booger. Don't know me, then look at I be in the clouds. Pool full of Henny, I drink and I drown. Daytime better come correct. Ain't playing at your best, then you will get left. If it don't involve money, then I don't accept. If it don't involve money, then I don't accept. Like this. Daytime better come correct. Ain't playing at your best, then you will get left. If it don't involve money, then I don't accept. If it don't involve money, then I don't accept. about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity.
Choppers, better cook those risks. Cold blood in my fists, we fire starters. One out of a million will reach those heights. Always get a feeling that I won't deny. Not work, never ties. Look in my eyes, I'm on the rocks. Rise. A couple milli now, I'm causing a commotion. I've been coasting, hear my name around the world like an explosion.
We are the apocalypse, and a pill that keeps us floating. As we fly above the stars, the hype won't scare us falling. So rise up. I'm too great to be landed. Rise up. Way too great to be standing.
They never gonna stop us, flying by them like choppers. Better cook those risks, cold blood in my fists, we fire starters. Let's go. One out of a million will reach those heights. Always get a feeling that I won't deny. Not work, never ties. Look in my eyes, I'm on the rocks. Rise.
is a tragedy. I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning. You wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. You make me move, you make me dance, you make my heart beat super fast. You lift me up, you make me laugh. Baby, you're the best I ever had. You're the best I ever had. You're the best I ever had. Best I ever had. You're the best I ever had. Best I ever had. You're the best I ever had. You make my heart beat super fast. Super fast. Super fast.
You make my heart beat super fast.
What does love feel like? What does love feel like? You're the best I ever had. You're the best I ever had. Best I ever had. You're the best I ever had. Best I ever had. You're the best I ever had. You make my heart beat super fast.
You make my heart beat, you make my heart beat, you make my heart beat super fast. You make my heart beat super fast.
there's no way to slow it down. We're all dreamers, dreaming of the good life, but there's nothing that nice on the cards for us. It's alright though, 'cause we can have a good time, and we don't worry if it's dangerous. So take this ride and hold on tight. We're gonna live forever now, and side by side, we don't need light. We're gonna live forever now. You feel that touch and all the love, it makes us live forever now. We don't look up, we rise above. We're gonna live forever We've come so far, but it wasn't without a fight. We share these scars, but they won't keep us out of sight. We're all dreamers, dreaming of the good life, but there's nothing that nice on the cards for us. It's alright though, 'cause we can have a good time, and we don't worry if it's dangerous. So take this ride and hold on tight. We're gonna live forever now, and side by side, we don't need light. We're gonna live forever now. You feel that touch and all the love, it makes us live forever now. We don't look up, we rise above. We're gonna live forever Some shooting stars, can't buy those fancy cars, don't buy the boulevard, nobody cares tonight. We know that life is hard, not like the movie stars, but we know who we are in our broken paradise. Filtered bodies slowly covering the light. Pull the trigger every night to stay alive. Hope is wishing, but you're running out of time. If I could only read your mind. Read your mind. If I could only read your mind. Try to shout, but all my words don't make a sound. Tiny pieces of the puzzle on the ground. Try to fix it, but you do this every time. If I could only read your mind. Read your mind. making sound. No one around, say the word and we'll go. But baby, we'll fall. We all go dancing down, and paradise is found. We're shaking up the ground, 'cause there ain't no stopping now. So there ain't no stopping now. No, there ain't no stopping now. There ain't no stopping There's nothing inside or nothing more. Hate me, love me, I'll drive you wild. Let it all go, give it to me. I wanna hear you scream, scream out my name. I wanna hear you scream, like I can't be replaced. I need to hear you scream, scream out my name. I need to hear you scream, like I can't be replaced. Can't take for granted where I've been. Went through hell and back again. Scars on my mind, the bruises and skin. I lean on you when times get tough. When they drag me down, you pick me up. So let it all go, give it to me. I wanna hear you scream, scream out my name. I wanna hear you scream, like I can't be replaced. I wanna hear you scream, scream out my name. I need to hear you scream, like I can't be replaced. So I've come to the conclusion, just a rotten piece of fruit. So I'll end up dying slowly, rotting away. See, I just want to be able to climb without a fall, to get out of this mazeland and run. Please strike me thunder, let me get closer to the light. Please strike me thunder, so I can be free. So I've come to the conclusion, I'm just one man amongst thousands. In this world I'll load them, sure they'll do fine without me. The chemicals in my head don't work as yours, 'cause every piece of road is a little bit of happiness.
I never wanna hold you back. I wanna give you every chance to make it, to make it. I'm afraid if our love collides, you'll leave me alone tonight. 'Cause I'm changing and I'm breaking. Is this over? I'm scared to ask these questions, 'cause I know that you'll reject my love. Moving slower, frozen to these pieces without a shoulder to cry on. And I'll stand against all enemies, your enemies. I'm afraid if our love collides, you'll leave me alone tonight. 'Cause I'm changing and I'm breaking, but I'll still be your superhero. I'll be your superhero.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it rain. Tonight, we gonna let it rain. Tonight, we gonna let it rain. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it rain. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it rain. Tonight, we gonna let it rain. Tonight, we gonna let it rain. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it rain.
Legends and lullabies are songs we sing to the stars in the sky. Kings and queens, treasures untold, whispers of streets that are paved in gold. City of gold, city of gold. City of gold. Lead me down the road, city of gold. Wishes come true whenever I'm
staying out so late? What's going on inside your head, inside your bed? I got jealous, maybe I made out with one of your crazy friends inside your bed. I feel guilty, but you walked in with someone else in hand to make me jealous again. We've been playing all these stupid little games again. Why these games again? It's been way too long, but still not long enough. No matter how I want to begin again. It's been way too long, but still not long enough. No matter how we end, can't we just begin again? Face the day, lost in it, your place when I put your hair, nothing on but air. You pick me up, spin me around your kitchen barefoot. Can't pretend I'm not in trouble again. If I'm honest, you love making problems, I love fixing them, 'cause then I'm burned in your head. When we not coming out alive, but it feels so good, better than we should. It's been way too long, but still not long enough. No matter how we end, I want to begin again. It's been way too long, but still not long enough. No matter how we end, can't we just begin again? Too long, but still not long enough. No matter how we end, I want to begin again. It's been way too long, but still not long enough. No matter how we end, can't we just begin again?
inside this spell. Now I feel like, now I feel like your demons drag me close to hell. I can feel them, I can feel them pull me down. I can feel them pull me down. Pull me down. You got me trapped inside this spell. Now I feel like, now I feel like you won't ever let me leave you. You make these nightmares come true. My heart is in the ground. You fucked me up. I'm sober now. I
Gave you too much, now I'm swallowed. Now I'm the fool while you're breaking rules. Dangerous path that I follow. Oh, go on, just do what you do. And it hurts as I bleed for you, cry for you. Let me bleed as I bleed for you, cry for you. Let me bleed. Let me all of the pain seems to follow like a shadow, dark and cold to the touch. Am I insane not to let go? Oh, go on, just do what you do. And it hurts as I bleed for you, cry for you. Let me bleed as I bleed for you, cry for you. Let me bleed.
Check 1 2. Check. Check. Check 1 2 2. Check. 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 Check 1 2. Oh, baby. Check 1 2 2. Check. 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 Check it. Check it. Check it. Check it. Check. 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 Yeah, baby. Check my new show.
I live my life on the run. I say I'm not giving up. I may be living alone, but I still believe in love. In a similar way, I feel like losing my conscience. Traveling for days without my knowledge of provenance.
Check.
Throughout my life, you called me a renegade. Oh, wow. Through all my lows, you said we could start again. But I'm a renegade of your love. Oh, oh. But I'm a renegade of your love.
Check. Huh? So, check. Okay. So, let's see here. Where is OBS? No. Check. Hold on. Let's end this. Damn. Why is this being so stupid? What the diddly do? Diddly do. Diddly do. Diddly do. Diddly do. Diddly do. Diddly do. Check 1 2. 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 Check, check, check. So I can hear. Okay, now I can see on both places, but I can't hear them. Addicts. Bathroom trading. Hell yeah. Alright, let's see here. So they should be able to hear me both places, right? Check 1 2, check 1 2. Okay, so they can hear me, but not gonna be able to hear the other people because I'm not seeing anything move in this at all. Alright, let's see if go live. What does that mean? Go live. What? So maybe we go out of audio, select output device. Yeah. Huh. Check. Check. No, doesn't matter. Okay. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, I think they're gonna dick us, boys. They're gonna give us the old dicker-do. All right, let's see here. So, okay, so it's working. I can see it working in Discord. I know I'm working through YouTube, but I don't see anything coming back out. But I wonder if it doesn't come back out from Discord. That wouldn't make sense. I need somebody. Damn, 50K. Wow, what a dick move. The fuck? Alright, let's see here. Okay, so that's working. Oh, cool, and then I can see the little phone guy on there. So technically, I could do the phone thing through my smartphone or tablet, but the quality probably wouldn't be as good. The old dicker-do. A doucher. should have never told anybody this. Damn it. Oh my god. Bridget the Midget. I think I saw some movie where she was like in space or something and I freaked out. My friends thought it was so funny. Dude, that video is creeping me out. I can't do it. I couldn't do it. No goddamn way I couldn't do it. No, sure, I couldn't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Ain't gonna do it. I don't wanna do it. So I ain't gonna do it. Y'all dang it. I don't even think of that. What is going on here, Tiger? Wow, those went from, let's see here, these SPX. What time was that at? Yesterday they went from $44 to 10 cents today. So $4,457 to $10 in a matter of 24 hours. Wow. Man, these were worth $8 this morning. That was the only trade on it right here. Was that 65 to 120? Fuck, sickles. Alright, get out of that. Delete that. I don't want to look at it anymore. I'm done with it. Let's see here. Stop fucking with me, Thinkorswim. There we go. Alright. No, Jacob, I'm just fine. I'm doing like 10 things at once, and so I'm like laughing at these guys. I'm fucking like with the audio thing because I've got a live audio channel in our Discord open now. So like you can actually hop on there and talk to me, but and I'm just testing it, and then I'm like talking to myself, but because I'm doing like 10 different things, it's like making me all like confused. And so I just start rambling and singing weird shit. That's weird. DT can't hear me? Jacob, you hear me just fine, don't you? Yeah, I can hear. It's coming through. I've got the stream on another device on this other tablet, and I can hear me talking just fine. Except for the latency's back. It's delayed again. I wonder why DT can't hear me. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, see, Ada can hear me. Jacob's hearing me. DT can't hear me. Good. Let's talk shit about DT. So, it's one time. No. Maybe mute is on? He seems like the type of guy that would do that. I hear you. I hear you. Well, if you can hear me, Addict, if Darth wakes up in time, we need to talk after. We want to try to talk just for a few. I know you got Miss Texas over there, but. Oh, word. Nice, nice. Yeah, just trying to write back to you, answering you. No, I get what you're saying, man. Yeah, Attic just went to Hawaii. He just got back, and he's in LA. I travel a lot. I live between here, so I'm in central Montana, and I also have a house in. Well, it's not a house. We have it's a cabin uh, in Colorado, and then we have my girl lives in Washington State where she goes to college, and so we have another house there, but it doesn't really count because we're renting it. And then I travel a lot. I fly also. That's why DT is always talking to me about it. Um, but I love where I live, man. I live out in the mountains. I snowboard and fish and all that kind of stuff. So I choose to live where I'm at. Plus, it's very, very safe and quiet for my kids where they go to school. My family's near here, but I travel constantly. Like I'm gone all the time. You'll notice. So I just got back. I was gone for like a week and then like back and then gone for a week right before you got in the group. But I've been trying to devote more time to this to get everything going. So I'm trying not to travel as much, but I do travel a lot and I trade and I Instagram it all. But I like where I live. I like my setting. I actually am planning on starting to visit all of the guys in the group. I want to like go and make a thing where like I'll go out and like go stay in those cities and trade with everybody for like 2-3 days, and just that way kind of not only be like hands on like helping and teaching and hanging out, but I want to get to know everybody a lot better and kind of make this like we're kind of literally like an international prop firm, but with the digital age, we don't have to all be in a shitty office in Chicago or New York. We can live wherever we want via Discord, YouTube. It's the dream has never been easier and more, what's the word? It, I would never live in a big city. I'll tell you that right now. But I absolutely love visiting them. But yeah, that's kind of the plan as of right now. I actually am planning on going to California this summer. I want to somehow make it to the East Coast, probably by fall. And then I've never been to Hawaii, so I'd actually love to go visit Jacob for like a week. Where do you live, Ryan? Harry's World Order. That's badass. That's a great idea. Yeah, no, no, no. I'm not married. Oh, nice, nice. Well, shit, man. Like, no joke. I really am gonna start probably doing this. And because of what I do for a living, I'm able to do stuff like that. So I really think I'll plan it out and come out there that way. And you know, obviously I have to stay somewhere. I've got to make sure it's like because a lot of hotels have horrible internet, honestly, and so that's like a big thing. I'll definitely have to make sure, especially for streaming and stuff. It makes it a little bit tricky. Yeah, dude, I'd love to come out there and then anywhere I go, just I would love to trade with everybody for a couple days. It would be badass. Yeah, the funny thing is Spartacus and Ryan probably live like they probably live really close by. I bet. I have a weird feeling. I think I'm the one out in the middle of nowhere. Well, Apex lives in Colorado also, so.
I have a weird feeling. I think I'm the one out in the middle of nowhere. Well, Apex lives in Colorado. I'm the one out in the middle of nowhere. Well, Apex lives in Colorado also.
Man, this is the weakest weekly close going on right now. What is wrong with this thing? Jacob, Jacob, are you listening to me through Discord or through YouTube right now? Does it sound different? Oh, sorry. I don't even see him in here. Is he in here? I just see DT, Jacob, Willie, and Zero. Willie's in here all the time. I think he's like literally constantly in here. Like I don't even. It's like permanently or something. I don't know. Oh, okay. I gotcha. I think ATG has like I think he uses like ear pods or something because they have like the built-in mic or something. I think that's what it is. But normally he's streams before. It sounds clear, and whenever we talk, it's clear as hell. So I'm not sure what the deal was. It was weird. It was like rebounding for me. So like it was like a weird delay. I could like hear myself, but it was like going in like a circle. It was bizarre. Oh, you know what? I know what it is. I'm hearing my tablet repeating what I'm saying. That is it's like weird. He's like driving around with the audio on for whatever reason. Like it's just so funny. But I think he's literally on it every day, all day. Like I think every day he's in here, it's on. Like I swear to God, every time I look, his icon is on the voice channel. Yeah, and for whatever reason, so I set everything completely different, and that's what I was working on like a week ago, and so I was like the latency was like cut way down to like 6 seconds, but all of a sudden today it's right back at being like 20 seconds, and I'm like, what the hell, on YouTube, and so I can't tell because I don't want to mess the stream up yet, but when we get done here in a few, I'm gonna look. I want the latency to be like the lowest, which is like 6 to 8 seconds YouTube. But I think the Discord, the voice chat is, it's minimum. I think it's like a second to 2 seconds, which will be cool for when it gets bigger in here, and especially for like students and stuff. We'll be like talking and walking them through, on this channel on the Discord only, but they won't, and it won't be through the YouTube. Yeah, I don't know if Willie's in here. It's weird. Oh, Snorkel's got that fly on still, that SMH fly. Which one did he do? Whoa. Yeah, I heard Willie saying something earlier. He was saying something about his account was bleeding. That sucks. A rough day. Yeah, we said it before, but man, I absolutely it like as good of a day I had. Like hearing him say that just instantly makes me like just like shitty. Like I honestly take your guys' losses worse than my own. Like literally for real. Like it for some reason really bothers me. I've always kind of been that kind of person though. Like you could talk shit to me, you could punch me in the face, but as soon as you touch my friends, I fucking turn into a psycho. But like if it's me, I don't care. You could sit there and, well, except for spit. You fucking spit on me and I will literally cut your fucking eyeballs out of your face. But I that's like I can't handle that. But yeah, like it just bothers me seeing you guys, and not even seeing you take a loss, but seeing you upset about taking a loss or taking a hit. That hurts. because I know how it is, especially when you're first starting, or even worse when you're first starting, is once you've already started and you've been doing it and you've been successful somewhat, and then you start losing. It's just like the worst thing is though, like you guys will learn, like especially when you guys are like full time all the time, it's like you'll be rolling for like a month straight, green trades, nothing, maybe small little cut losses that you cut, so it doesn't really count, but like green, 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 and then all of a sudden a week of red. It's the most horrible feeling in the world. Like you literally begin to like doubt yourself and question what you've done, and like that's why you have to have a cushion when you start going full time. There's no way around it. Especially if you have dependents. Oh, the 146.5. That was right. He did the short one. I went the other way. That's right. Okay. Yeah, it's crazy. He had AMD and NVIDIA. I think AMD is probably what really pulled that down because, well, and SMH was already down 2%, so technically it would. I guess I caught it as it was already at 2%, so that makes sense. Oh my god, dude, that GIF is psycho. Yeah, basically. Yeah, Ryan is a good point. I actually had a friend who's starting to get interested, like a friend that I've been friends with 3 years, in Colorado, and he wants to start trading. And he asked me about what to start with, and I was like, well, I mean, obviously more is better. And he's like $500, and I was like, I mean, you can, but I mean, if you do that, it doesn't, no matter what, you got to pay per trade for months, right? And once you start live with that $500, you're gonna have to play so smart of like, I mean, you can't just start. I wouldn't even say naked anything. You'd have to immediately start playing, butterflies and spreads, and that's a great way to build a small account. But it's so time consuming, and it's so frustrating when you're watching other people make huge trades, and that's a part of it. And that's why I haven't been showing my P&Ls like I used to, where I would post them all the time, because it was like for inspiration, but it also, I think to a point, was made people want to start swinging for home runs, and when they don't realize that it's not a home run necessarily, it's that I was taking a base hit, but I happened to be in that right place at the right time, and it turned into a home run. I very rarely swing for the fences. It's just sometimes the right place at the right time. Yeah, and I love that attitude, man. Like when Ryan's just make it happen, like that's what's up. Yeah, what happened to the whole sprint thing? I thought that was gonna take off. That's what everybody's been waiting for months on this deal. I mean, it had a big bump on that, on just it's what Attic always says. It's that old adage of sell, buy the rumor, sell the news. Like literally, it's crazy how much that is like a real thing. Yeah, and that's 100% right. I think it'd be impossible to start with. Like, I mean, I know there's like Ross Cameron, but you got to think, just because he starts with 500, that's not really true. He already has hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions, so he doesn't really care if he loses because he can eat tonight, right? He's driving a brand new Land Rover when he leaves the office. He has employees. He has money coming in daily from students. He has literally like forty to $70,000 worth of like software and apps, and like that's not starting with $500. But to trade stocks, it's almost impossible. It'd be possible, but it would take an extremely long time. Options, you could easily turn $1,000 into $5,000 in a year easily, but again, it's you have to learn the right habits and risk management first. It's so easy to get in a hole, and digging yourself out is the hardest thing in the world. I don't even honestly know if I could do it. I've been thinking about taking one of those challenges, but I don't really know why I would do that, because I'm stressed about it as it is. Even as good as I can do, and even with like a year like last year, I still I have it's like I pay for everything in my life and for everyone. So it's like I have so many people dependent on me. It's not like I could just, oh, I can just lose $20,000 today and not care. I would completely lose it. But again, that's why I play options, because at most, if I take a huge loss to me is like $500, $1,000. That's massive to me. That very rarely happens. Most losses I take are between like 50 to like 300 at the most. Every once in a while I get caught, obviously. Ah, thanks, Jacob. Nice. Yeah, exactly, Ryan. Dude, you like ding, 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 ding. Yes, exactly, dude. Same with that guy Gentile, dude. That's exactly what he does. They run pump rooms, which used to be a really big thing in the '90s, and it was like kind of legit, but it's so dishonest and sneaky and just ugh. Damn it! I didn't. I was looking at this little double bottom here. I knew it. I knew it. I should have bought it. I was gonna buy this. I was watching this and I was like, oh, I should buy this. And it was, look at that. Damn it. Like a 10 point right there. 10 points like that. Damn it. The hell are you doing, Nikki? Sleeping on it. And I was literally watching it. It's not like I was like not paying attention. I was like sitting here looking at that, and then it just kept going. I was like kind of waiting for a second because I kind of figured this last 15 minutes, sometimes it's like, it either happens, it seems like it'll happen right at like 30, like an hour and a half. It'll start before, like this starts a half hour before power hour, or it'll like start right at power hour, or it's always like in these 15-minute increments, I swear. I mean, look at that. It literally started directly 15:30 touches and then it goes. Like that's, come on. You can't tell me time doesn't matter. Dude, every time you talk about your neighbors fighting, it literally freaks me out after I now know what's going on over there. Like, what the hell, man? Man, they gonna keep pumping this? Or is this gonna flip around and go the other way? I wonder if this is gonna dump right before the bell. Where we at? We got, what, 8 minutes, right? Yeah, let's see this real quick. Damn, that pumped, man. That was a big move. Yeah, you're not allowed to paper trade future options. I don't know why. No one's ever been able to explain to me why. It's like some weird ass thing. Damn, this thing is just pumping. Wow, what a rip. What a rip. It's going for it. That was badass. We got 5 minutes left. Oh, I think they might save it up here. Yeah. Yeah, looks like they're not gonna... Yeah, take it easy, man. I'm really glad you're here, dude. Whoa, that was weird typed. Sorry, dude, but... Damn, man, that was killer. These last contracts went from 22 to $2.70. Oh my god, I love it. I love it. Oh, that was rough. That was crazy. God, I thought I thought I was gonna go to 45, but that's all right. That was awesome. I only got 3 minutes. They're gonna dump this. I just tell me what it is. Yeah, they're gonna save it up there, huh? Oh no, maybe they are. Okay, yeah, I figured it'd come off of that. I thought maybe for a second they were gonna save it up there, but I don't think. Oh, maybe, I don't know. Seems like this level again here, because I mean, look at how much they were fighting on this. So this is that level, this kind of at this last like afternoon level that they've been really fighting on. So kind of makes sense that it's acting. Oh, there it goes, and they break it with 2 minutes to go. Thought about jumping in, but the spread went too quick. It's all over the place. Yeah, it's gonna dump down in there now. Dang it. That's all right. Oh. Wow, these spreads are just huge and all over the place. It's ridiculous. What the hell, man? I think they're gonna save it. No, no, no. You little prick tease. You little prick. Which one was that I had? Did I have the 3335 or the 3340? Oh, schnips. I don't know what happened. Which one was it? 20 seconds. Yeah, I'm not gonna fuck with it. However, I think it was this one. And there's the bell, kids. There's the bell. Oh, it was the 40. Damn. That was nuts. Right on, guys. Crazy week, good week, great week by some of you, most of you. I know it was a rough day for a few of you. It bothers me more than you probably think. I will take that into consideration with some of the stuff we're going to be thinking about and doing. I don't know where he's at. I think he's still sleeping. Darth and Attic and I were going to get on a call, and we were going to go over some stuff, and I was actually thinking that this weekend would be a perfect weekend to work on some stuff. And probably I was thinking maybe I'll do a video for tomorrow, and maybe Darth, and then maybe we could do like a not a webinar, but kind of like a futures open chat thing on Sunday evening. We could do like a week ahead, look at some charts. I want to get everybody's head in the right place and get everybody on the same page and get prepared for next week after this week, because there's going to be a lot going on. I mean, obviously you can tell this week there was a lot of crazy swings and everything with just everything that's going on macro related, and with the virus, and with the elections, and with the stimulus money and all that. I think it'd be kind of important to do this now. So I'll talk to them about that, and we'll get it figured out, and we'll let you guys know hopefully by tomorrow, obviously. I know it sucks because futures open somewhat late for some of you guys, but I'd hate to do it in the day when we don't really know how things are going to open. Whenever I've done these with PDT before and stuff, I like to do it after futures open a little bit, so we can kind of see where we've gapped up or down and kind of see what's going on. So I'll plan it out. We'll post something about it. If you do have any ideas or you want to look at anything, just put it in your watch list or whatever. Type it in here, leave it somewhere, get on the audio call, whatever. We'll have it open. So yeah, thanks guys. Good job. I'm extremely stoked and proud of everybody. Take some time, make sure you breathe. I mean, obviously, I do the same thing. I do a lot of homework and charting and stuff on the weekends, but you guys, you got to remember, you gotta breathe and do something for yourself, So take it easy, relax a little bit, and we'll get back to work hard on it on Sunday, guys. Take it easy. Later.